not a hero, he's a criminal. Shut up!
Hey everybody, welcome. It's Saturday night and it's time for another exciting episode of Star Trek Enterprise. I'm your buddy Admiral Teague, and with me are my friends Sean Carter and JT Kirk. Hey guys, welcome.
Hello.
Good evening. Hail, Admiral.
I can do that too tonight.
Yeah.
I have the bridge set to battle lighting conditions, and my hair's a disaster. I need a haircut so bad. Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to the show. It's Saturday. You made it. Hey, Ruby Hoove, thank you so much for the gifted membership just in the last minute, so I'm hoping you hear me. Thank you so much, Ruby Hoove. You are just the best. I really can't thank you enough. And also, while I'm up here, let me thank my friend Radioactive. I was hanging out with him a little earlier. Hello, Radioactive. Hello to Krimlon. It's good to see you, Krimlon. You look good in green, my man. Susan Dolan is here. Hello, the fan of the big guy. You never know who's going to show up in the chat. You never know who's going to show up on the show. Radioactive is here. I think I said hello to Krimlon. John the Beagle Dad, hello to you, my friend. Hey. And it's good to see so many familiar faces. Hello, Jonathan Davis. It's good to see you. And hello to Sci-Fi Sith Dan, our alt-world preacher, alt-world sorcerer Dan. By the way, Sean, when we all are talking in X during the day sometimes, like every once in a while, like if I have X open and someone's responding right away, you know how your avatar kind of pops up over the scroll bar where the message goes in?
Yeah.
Yours is my favorite because it reminds me of like the dog jumping up on the counter, just like that, like when your avatar comes up, it's like it's your dog, it's Sean's dog, so it's like the dog's head just pops up over the message field, and it's just like it's kind of like he's jumping up on the table, like it's like oh there's Sean again. It's like let me throw him a piece of bacon. But anyway, hello to all of you, and thank you for being here. Dave C is here. He was with me the other day for the big reveal on the movie I'm calling The Adventures of Sam Wilson Falcon Man, and you can see my upload about that. It's not the most extensive one, but I'm trying to claw back some of the views from this disaster where they swarmed me again the other day. We had a great analytic, and what would have helped out the show, if you look at Social Blade, it shows the 300 plus views that we actually had instead of the 140 that came later after the show ended. But thank you, Ruby Hoove. Hello, Miskatonic. It's good to see you. And who else has come through? Putin's Cat is here. Hey, it's been a tick. Putin's Cat, it's very good to see you. Yes, you know what? I did wear a lead apron for today's show, and Trip should probably wear one because he's got to fix those strange moisture vaporizers. And we have a great crowd here, and it looks like over on Rumble we got a few people too. Rumble, you know what? I found a way to get around their non-working studio. What I did was I turned it on and streamed for 12 hours with the camera turned off and the mic off one of my other devices. Like I faced it towards my wall in case it suddenly came on, like the tape fell off the camera. But hello to the Dead Man. It's good to see you. And Susan Dolan, I think I said hi to you, Putin's Cat, and Miskatonic. I saw all you last night in Doomcock's chat. It was fun being there. And I'm glad you've decided to meet me on the final frontier. Now, I understand that there are some security precautions going on about our signal possibly being hacked by Bed Reboot. What's the deal with that, guys?
I heard something. I heard some scuttlebutt, but I'm not quite sure. How about you, JT?
There's always some subspace interference. I do not know. But rumors usually have a kernel of truth in them, so we'll leave it at that.
We might find out, right?
Speaking of kernels, the kernel green is in this episode, so we'll see that. But yeah, you know what? We're going to find out. At least we know that Federation Code 2 is still safe, right, guys?
Oh, yes.
Nothing bad could ever happen when you use Code 2. We're going to use that later. You know what? Everybody, welcome. And I guess what we should do now is it's time to play the Saving Star Trek Enterprise song. What's Radioactive saying? It's
I was a little quiet. I was just distant from the mic.
You guys, it's very helpful, to be honest with you. It's we we get a very idealized version of the sound. Hello, Ruby Hoove, and thank you again for the for that wonderful gift of one Admiral Teague membership. We've got a bunch of members now, and I make a membership video every other week. And this week, earlier today, I uploaded, like I said, my impressions of Sam Wilson, Falcon Man. I tell you everything about why the movie sucks. I didn't get to layer on as much video as I wanted, but this thing has an expiration date. No one's going to give a shit about it on Monday. And let me tell you something, it's going to have a huge drop-off next weekend. It's not a good movie. Save yourself some money. Don't go see it. If it's worth $20 to you to get the wish fulfillment, and oh my God, we have 5 more memberships from Radioactive, my friend. Thank you so much. Wow, now is a good time, my friends, to be in the chat. There are memberships are dropping left and right. We got people like Aaron Lee was just gifted a membership by Radioactive. And we are just like, I can't, you know what happens is as many people as pass through get a membership if you have your membership gifting turned on, which is always a great thing. And, you know, I love it. And also, guys, thank you for the 8 thumbs up. 10 would be even better. And whoa, not to be outdone, the great Krimlon has gifted 5 more memberships. This is what happens with the memberships. It takes a while for them to be distributed out as people come through the chat. So I'll keep looking to see who gets the memberships. But I have to thank these 2 great supporters of my work for what they've done for the channel tonight already before the episode starts. And you guys also, you took a lot of the sting out of the attack. Just the absolute attack. Well, Putin's cat, if you turn membership gifting on, you should have one pretty soon. I don't know. There's 10 out there in the wild. But honestly, if it's worth $18 to you, if anyone, like, you know, in the next 20 seconds, I'm going to spoil one thing from Captain Falcon, a movie that was spoiled like 6 years ago when they wrote it. But like, here's the deal. If it's worth $20 to you to see the President of the United States in a jumpsuit, in a prison jumpsuit, in a fucking jail cell, in a prison, on the raft, being hectored by a black man who's gloating to him, well, then this is the movie for you. Or if it's worth $20 to you, that you're a DC resident and you missed the idea that New York keeps getting destroyed, you can finally get to see your city be destroyed. They get a chance to rebuild my town for a change. My God, it was just such a relief. It's like, oh, cool, they're going to destroy DC. That's in vogue. At least that's a populist move right there. And it's just like, you know, when Sam's like, you know, they're going to destroy the city. I'm like, oh man, you should have said drain the swamp, Sam. But whatever. The movie isn't that good. I like Sam's suit, by which I mean he has a slate gray Paul Jones suit that I think is absolutely great with a slate gray tie. His Falcon suit, his Falcon America suit, it's terrible. Skip this movie. But yeah, I will say this. If there is one positive, it's both Anthony Mackie and Harrison Ford give strong performances in a terrible, terrible, terrible movie. But I finished that upload before, and I learned some technology doing it. So, you know, I'm like a Luddite with this stuff. So thank you, Kriblon, and thank you, Radioactive, for supporting my good work. That's how we're going to get that's how we're going to overcome the shadow ban that's messing with us. And that's how we're going to overcome, you know, basically, it's the people on the Silver Mountain and the rodent-related harassment that's really coming after us. And there's a lot of channels that prefer it. Well, how do I put this, guys? There are those who say that YouTubing is just warfare concealed. I prefer it more honest, more open. Let's face it, this is social media warfare. These guys, we don't harass anybody, don't tweet anyone directly, don't sink to their level. They're going to harass me, they're going to harass us. They're trying to keep this channel from growing, to which I say congratulations and welcome to the 2,162 of you who have chosen to join me. And, you know, a lot of you like Yellowstone. We'll be doing that soon. There's a Yellowstone upload in there. We got a shirtless Brandon Squinter. Everyone can love that. Ladies, check it out. And we've got another Star Trek upload in the pipeline, but I got a funny feeling it's not going to be this episode. Before we go any further, let's check out our poll here. Now, this poll, of course, is highly classified and non-scientific. It only has 9 votes. But it says here, since watching this show, my opinion of Star Trek Enterprise is, and you know, I misspelled gone down some to gone done some, but I would point out that's grammatically correct in places like Tennessee. Improved my opinion of this show since watching our show. my opinion, your opinion of Star Trek Enterprise has 22% of you have said it's improved, and we take full credit for that. 56% of you have said it stayed the same. You wouldn't like it as much if we hadn't burnished its reputation. And for those of you who said it's gone down, that's not our fault, okay? We take no responsibility at all for that. Right. That is a fix. That is a lie. That is a dirty, underhanded Steno trick, Star Trek in name only. All right, we take, and 11% of all of you wonderful people have chosen to like the stream. I thank you so much from the very bottom of my deuterium covered heart. Let's go to the live chat and see if we can't pop that out and get that up here for all our wonderful friends. We have a lot of new members. Have a good time spamming those emojis. And I don't know if he's out there, but I have to acknowledge that during the second bot swarm, the Battle of Valentine's Day, the Valentine's Day bot massacre, Obi-2 Wrath of Kenobi was just in there dual wielding the lightsabers. Isn't that a great name for it? What do you think? The Valentine's Day bot massacre. There's like 800 bots in my channel jail right now. I'm sure they will all go away very soon.
Well, I don't know if they'll go out of jail. It is a new administration, a new sheriff in town. So hopefully those bots stay in jail where they need to be. But the thing is, they sort of pull an Epstein and disappear out of the jail between being checked on. So nothing I can do about it. Well, I've already voiced my opinion on what I think should happen to the bots. Moms, so.
and the wives of those who design the bots and what they should do while that happens. So JT has been very elaborate. I want to thank all of you for coming down for the show that some people call Deep Space 9:30. Star Trek at 9:30 on Saturday nights. It's a tradition. And I guess with that, knowing that Code 2 is secure, guys, should I go ahead and broadcast the beginning of the episode music? We had beautiful music to be opened up with, but I guess it's time to play our Star Trek national anthem. And yeah, I do have to start monitoring X now. I'm going to turn it on, but like I said, since I know Code 2 is secure, I can turn this on and we can hear our usual wonderful theme song, Archer's Theme. Here we go. Exciting and new, come aboard, we're expecting you, and love, life's sweetest reward, let it flow, it flows back to you, the love boat. Soon we'll be making another run. The love boat promises something for everyone. Set a course for adventure, your mind on a new romance. And love won't hurt anymore. It's an open smile on a friendly shore. It's love. Welcome aboard, it's love.
The ending chord on that Enterprise music. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Admiral
what a
T.
video.
What the hell happened? The bad reboot has apparently hacked Code 2. Let's change the cipher to Code 3. Jesus Christ. How embarrassing. Who the hell? I told you guys no audio taping me on Risa at the bar. The one time I don't drink synthahol. Oh,
Admiral,
the one time. Oh, sure.
we are sailors. Come on.
the that video, I was watching it. You gotta find a way to put the Admiral Kirk wink from the motion picture in there.
Oh, easier said than done. We'll have that in time for the next love-related holiday a year from now.
Has to go in, dude. Like ding, you put the little flashy wink.
I knew it had to start with Captain Kirk, right? Like, hello, and you know, like sometimes you just gotta raise your game. You know what? We're not the only Star Trek show in town. We're only the best. What can I tell you? So sometimes you gotta dig down deep and like sing that Star Trek theme song. But hello, over on X where we got 14 or 15 people watching, I certainly appreciate it. Wow, and I saw quickly. We are killing it, and over on Rumble, it says we only have 5 people, but I think that's a fix. It's rigged. There's at least 600,000 people watching us on Rumble. I'm sure of it because the entire I took time out to threaten a small African nation, and I'm sure they're paying very close attention to my show. But it's good to see all of you out there. We're the Trek show that even the Borg fear. That's right. They run from us in fear. That. I love it. Yeah. You know what? They'll negotiate with us. They'll be like, listen, you know, we don't want to mess with you guys. Did you like how I had Janeway with the insane smile? Like, whoa. The things you've done in the holodeck, lady, Katie O'Clair.
Is the 7 of 9 clip like an outtake or something? I don't remember that.
It's an outtake.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's an outtake. I think it's an outtake, yeah. It was when Jerry was over here, I said, put the outfit on, baby. I made that one myself. Oh, by the way, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say you were talking about the dog jumping up from
it's hilarious.
So it was funny because this is what I see every time I eat. It's just he just stares at me.
Sean shows us the pictures of the most beautiful and delicious food, and it's like sometimes I'm in good shape. I have like a nice slice of New York pizza, and like JT like eats human food, but most of the time I'm just like, guys, I eat bachelor chow. It's like I went like 4 days straight eating only processed food. I'm like, yeah, my doctor's gonna love this, man. I can't wait. But you know what? We have an episode of Star Trek Enterprise tonight that's so good we've been avoiding talking about it. Well, hey, Susan Dolan, let's see. The only thing I found was, while glaring the Enterprise theme, I like the show and characters. That's why most weeks on our show, what we do is we play Archer's theme, and we've put the video from the show, as much as YouTube allows, to Archer's theme, and I just take the hit on the monetization to give you the most Star Trek-like show, because we don't turn on the AdSense, or I try to kill it right before the show, or it doesn't tell people. Check your notification bells, guys. A lot of people didn't get told about this one, including me. Okay, and wow, JT Kirk, hey, whoa! Tomorrow is your 1-year membership anniversary. It's been 1 year of amazing service. What a wild ride! Here's to another year of anger, fun, sadness, joy, and moments with Star Trek and the best fleet on YouTube's. This is the best fleet on YouTube. Thank you, JT Kirk. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
You know what? When we meet here on the Final Frontier, it's not the modern Final Frontier. It's the Final Frontier we remember. It's the Final Frontier that we had growing up. And we talk about things that go beyond Star Trek. The idea of this show, especially the Saving Star Trek show, is a conversation that starts with Star Trek. It's been retasked and its missions changed so much, but we still get a little tangential, and I will not hold back on a good conversation starting with Star Trek. But you know what? What we usually do at the top of the show, let's do that. This episode of Star Trek Enterprise aired 8,144 days ago on October 30th, 2002. Anyone remember the day before Halloween in 2002?
No.
Do you remember what you went for as Halloween in 2002? I think I went as George W.
No.
Bush.
I think my son went as a Power Ranger that year.
That's the popular costume that year. They don't figure into the movies though. I'll give you that hint. October 30th, 2002, the number one news story was the Minnesota Democratic Farm Labor Party chose former Vice President of the United States Walter Mondale as their candidate for the United States Senate seat for recently deceased Senator Paul Wellstone of Minnesota. And I would just say an ironic name, Wellstone, and he ends up dying, right? Like, just like Gary Oldman, when you look at him like in his older movies when he's Gary Youngman, it's ironic. It's ironic.
I
All
was in
right, so
football
that's
season and marching band at that time. That's all I remember from that year. That's it. That's going back a ways. What, 13 years? Wow.
This is 23 years ago, 2002.
Yeah.
It's 22 years and like 2 months ago, right? Because we have to get to October, but it's a while ago. So that's the number one news story. The top 4 movies, can you guys guess any of them? Number one, we've all seen. No, that's finally dropped out. That and Return of the King are gone. So the 2 comeback movies, The Revenge and The Return, they're out of the equation. They came out in like December, so now we've made it to October. They're not figuring out in anymore.
Couldn't tell you, man. I should do some
Number
research.
1 is a movie we've all seen, Jackass. No, it's more fun if people don't know. I just have to know exactly when to pull the string on how long to wait. Number 1 was Jackass. Number 2 was The Ring. Number 3 was a movie, try to remember this one, Ghost Ship.
Oh,
Ghost
I
Ship.
did. I remember seeing that. That was a freaky movie.
Was it the nurse from ER in like a nautical version of Event Horizon? They had like a ghost ship, like literally like
Yeah,
Event Horizon.
I think so. But there was a little freaky girl ghost in that one. I remember
It's
that.
the lady with the corkscrew curls from ER and Mists of Avalon, right? Juliana Margulies.
Can't recall, but I do remember being a little scared in the theater.
I think James Noseworthy is in both that and Event Horizon. And number 4 was My Big Fat Greek Wedding, or as we would call it now, because this is the problematic title, My Body Positive Greek Unification Ceremony. And the number one song is still Dilemma by Nelly, featuring Kelly Rowland's Piece of Garbage. The price of gas, a gallon of gas. Gentlemen, can you tell me what you think gas cost? I'm going for the 2002 average now. Week to week has been ridiculous. 2002 average price of gas. We'll move on to a new metric next week.
$1.69.
$1.72.
Oh,
136 national average. That's $2.19. It's $2.19 in today's money. $1.36 back then. That's how much inflation we've had.
I have myself in California mode, and even back then, it was way higher than
California's
the
gas
national
prices are much higher. Remember, New York and California, the national gas price there, our gas prices in New York and California are super high. The gas price in Alaska used to be super high. I don't know if it still is because they actually don't refine it there. They ship it all the way to Louisiana and back. So like the price of gas is insane there. But also like some place like the middle of Texas or the middle of Minnesota where they just have a string of gas stations like with decently priced gas or whatever, because demand, whatever, those have to get averaged in too. So yeah, $1.36 national. Like I'm thinking it was closer to like $1.80 at that point. I remember needing to go to get gas on Tuesdays when Exxon had it cheaper.
You know what's funny? Just 2 days ago, I paid $2.35 a gallon.
Wow. And
yeah,
same price as 2002 prices.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, just a dollar more now. But think of that.
It's actually less than 2002 because $1.36 from 2002 is worth $2.19 now. So if you paid $2.36, it's $1.44. It's less than 2003. That's for sure.
You need to measure it in the cost of cups of coffee per dollar relative to gas, because we all know that starships, run on deuterium, and the Intrepid class
DJ, play nice.
runs out of gas, of space gas all the time. And it's because Janeway drinks way too much fucking coffee. That's why Voyager kept running out of gas.
Yeah, I can't believe Radioactive was within 1 cent. Some people are great with numbers. When Doomcock and you were talking about the show, I watched most of that show, but I stepped away at the end because I've been working on the upload for days. I had to learn how to use the tech first, which should have been easier, but I'm dumb. And then I was like, when did it happen? And Sean's like, 30 minutes. I'm like, I looked, it was like 30 minutes and 30 seconds before the end of the show. Sean's like real good with that one, man. Some people can just stick a number like off the top of their heads. And yeah, thank you everyone for joining us. We got a great episode for you tonight. If you're on Rumble or on YouTube, there's a pin post. But first, of course, we have the famous synopsis of the plot and teaser for the episode. You ready?
Well, before we go
ahead.
Before we go, a DJ Play Nights had a member chat a little bit ago.
Did I miss it? Oh, I'm sorry. DJ Play Nice. Oh my God. I remember for 6 months. I thank you so much. I think your badge just changed. You have been with me for 6 months now. I think you've been a subscriber even longer than that. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You're always very positive, and it's a pleasure to see you here all the time. And you're part of our Star Trek family and a valued captain in my fleet. You know, thank you very much. And thank you for 6 months of support. It's for you guys that I try to be relevant, and honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I had no desire to see, Captain Anti-America, but I tried to see it and be objective because I kind of thought that I've reached the point where you guys deserve the biggest MCU movie this year is this one. I should see that one, right? And I should see Deadpool and Wolverine. And you guys kind of deserve my perspective. The live stream, it kind of went off the rails, the bot storm, and a couple other things that were my fault too, but I was happy to be able to give you an upload today where I just spoil this whole movie for you and I tell you all the nonsense that goes on. If you want, I can put the plot points from my notes into the description. I don't care, but the movie is just, if this movie had any aspirations of being a good story, it would have been confusing because it's so incoherent and the story is just so simple and so dumb. Skip it. Like, if you see it on TV down the line, you'll be a lot happier. And hey, the Trek reviewer is here. Miskatonic says, hey, hello to DJ Play Nice. We've replaced the Voyagers to lithium crystals with new Folgers crystals. Will Captain Janeway be able to tell the difference? Quite honestly, Captain Janeway, she should have, in the military, you're supposed to share the privations of your troops, but she is such an erratic and bad military commander. If I'm Chakotay, I have an intervention. I walk into her office and I'm like, I think it's really good solidarity that you eat what we eat and all that stuff, but that last planet really didn't have it coming. What are you talking of, Chakotay? Well, Captain, General Order 24 is usually reserved for people who are a little bit, hostile towards us. They were just a peaceful planet who didn't want to talk to us. And, did we have to destroy all their cities and technology? I hadn't had coffee in days. Don't blame me, Chakotay. That's why I'm saying if that you do not start drinking at least 3 cups of coffee every day, I'm going to have to relieve you of command. That is the 3rd planet this month that you've destroyed. The other one had nothing to do with coffee. We're used to 1 planet a month, Captain, but this is 3. That's my Chakotay Janeway moment. What do you think?
And then she goes, Chakotay never yells at me at home.
To be fair to him, he did go in and reprimand her a million times.
Oh God, yeah.
I think the one that he really fell by the wayside on was when Q said, "I'll take your ship all the way back to Earth if you just have a kid with me." And she was like,
chat's insane.
"No, I'm going to hold out for my fiance that we didn't marry, that I won't see for another 70 years, and we'll be too old to have kids anyway." So I'm like, was it really that bad? Was it really that bad? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I will always say that was the stupid episode where Janeway would have been like, 70 more years in the Delta Quadrant or having a kid with Q. I think I'm going to have that kid with Q. It was her fault they got stuck there anyway, right?
Yeah, Cisco dumped his morals, to win the Dominion War.
what
Right.
morals? If you watch it now, like, you have to realize that when he is stalking Jennifer on Gilgo Beach, he cannot be unaware that it is the biggest serial killer dumping ground on the East Coast of the 20th and 21st century. So what's up with creepy Cisco's like, oh, Jennifer, are you here on the creep walk tour too? It's like, what? It's like, and how did the writer know about this? I mean, of all the beaches in the world, Gilgo Beach is a tiny private beach on Long Island. And you know how they say everyone knows two killers?
I did not, but I'll go for it. Sure.
Alec Baldwin's brother went to high school with the killer. So that's two. Yeah, Alec Baldwin's brother is a statistic.
Oh.
Well, I didn't say murderers. Everybody, this episode of Star Trek Enterprise, whew, man, it's going to be a fun debriefing after the show, guys. Are you guys, Mr. Kirk, please set the helm towards the solar system ahead, system dumb. There's a race of people here called the not smart. Delita Trudeau.
This is a good one for anyone who doesn't remember this episode or hasn't seen it. Just get ready.
Listen, if you missed the good old days of R.M. Briggs having a meltdown on how bad an episode of Voyager was, you've come to the right episode, because I think at the end of this, it's going to be kind of a similar kind of energy. But here we go.
I can make
those of you will see
myself to get that upset to it. Oh,
yeah,
you're right.
You'll see my avatars change for a reason.
I could have changed. There's two movies that meet in a terrible train wreck in this film, but like, here we go. I'm gonna do my little talk off for this one. Here's the teaser for tonight's episode, as created by your buddy Admiral Teague, an idiot illiterate from New York. Here we go. Drill, baby, drill! Have we ever got a Star Trek episode for you tonight? Star Trek Enterprise tonight. Captain Archer, Florida Man Trip Tucker, and T'Pol, who's wearing her best outfit so far, beamed down to some backwater mining colony. It's a real dump. They're after super important deuterium, and this guy Trudeau, this guy Tessic, is all like, nah, we got dibs from somebody else. Archer points out that they live in a shithole with almost no supplies, and points out that Trip is also a general contractor willing to work for deuterium. You know what I'm saying? After some smooth talking, they scored 200 liters for some power cells and some medical stuff, and they got to fix 2 pumps in 2 days. So Trip's got his work cut out for him. Like I said, the place, it's a real dump. No medical supplies. You can tell something's up. Right on cue, bam! In come these like dumb, honorless Klingons looking for their usual haul. They get all rough with Tessic, and Archer, being the heroic type, says that you guys should go out and fight instead of us. Convinces Tessic to stand up to them in a heroic pep talk. And I guess these guys are from planet France, because they say their homeworld's too far away and just won't help. So whatever. I didn't see a bedsheet flying over the colony, but that seems like they're from like France. But T'Pol, in her second alluring outfit of the episode, teaches the citizens of Rock Ridge Kung Fu. And Danger Junkie Hoshi shows them how to use a phase rifle. She is born again hard, that Hoshi. Guys, chicks with guns, am I right, people? Am I right? Then Florida Man, Trip, and Archer have an amazing idea. Their brilliant military strategy is the exact same plan from Blazing Saddles. I mean, can you believe it? Trip finally watched the movie other than Top Gun. And there'll be a Top Gun reference later in the episode. When the Klingons show up, they fall right into the trap because they're like dumb, surrounded by fire from the ignited deuterium wells. In the end, Tessic tells the dumb, honorous Klingons to fuck off. And as a thank you, we get 2,000 liters of deuterium. Not bad for a day's work, huh? But really, how good can this captain's plans be if he's copying the ideas from a Mel Brooks movie? Just unbelievable. Anyway. No spoilers on a 22-year-old episode, but that's the unbelievable tale of tonight's episode of Star Trek Enterprise. That said, they seem to have had dumbness awareness. They're like, we'd better get our pretty girl into our hottest outfit yet. And boy, do they ever. Does she look good in that outfit or what? Oh, wow. Oh, man.
Survey says yes.
Guys,
Easily.
We have made a terrible mistake in season 1 of Enterprise, and we made a few. One was the theme song. The other one was we took this beautiful woman and we made her look uncanny and unnatural, and they don't start to realize it till like almost the end of the season. Maybe it took enough episodes to air for them to start getting mail, but she looks too unnatural. It's too uncanny. We had 1 or 2 discussions about it where people got a little bit offended, but the truth is it was that uncanny, and some Googling and some verification from you guys who are the greatest has verified that the problem was that they didn't want her to look like anything but Jerry Ryan, so they forced her into this weird like medieval cuirass of like fiberglass that was supposed to like, whatever, improve Jolene Blaylock's lack of hotness. I mean,
we are experts on
help
this channel in this respect too. So
on her hotness,
yes, nothing gets past us there. So
you cannot get that past us now. And I would say it's really one of the things about the episode that I like the most is that outfit and her karate outfit for when she goes and starts. Hey, dog meat, hello, it's been a while, and hello, Jonathan Davis, Mark Harkness, and let's see, everyone's hanging in there. We're about 37 minutes in. You know what? I guess it's probably time for us to roll this exciting episode of Star Trek Enterprise. What do you think, guys?
Sounds good to me.
Guys, if you're on X, there is a pin post in my X bio, or my X feed, right? So while you're there, follow me, and I have watch parties and go live on X and YouTube all the time. If you are on Rumble, there's a comment in the chat in there, and if you are on YouTube, you know that at the top of the chat is a pin post. And I'll give you your chance to rate the episode in a minute as I create that poll. But if you file into the theater, I have sat through the horrific, and I mean horrific, Section 31 trailer. Guys, it really is just the worst. And as Gavin Blackburn likes to laugh at me for, I'm putting on the oppressive English captions. I don't like English. I think American has the best words, and I think that maybe we need to start having a serious conversation about we fixed the Gulf of America. We now have to fix the American language.
Yeah.
And
hail to everybody over in the Cosmic room. Hail.
Admiral,
hello.
Good to see you
top
over there.
right there for the Lazy Saddles.
I see that. Way to go. It's Mongo.
No,
Guys, you know what?
That's the guy that the sheriff's coming.
The sheriff
Folks,
is
if you have
near.
a second stream, it would be very helpful if you kept one up on YouTube so you can still see the chat and one on the Cosme link. That way, it does help us out on YouTube. I don't think Rumble and X care as much, but YouTube definitely knows.
They care, and do not, if you don't watch if you watch only Cosme on the one device and just turn only YouTube on the other, it's the best way to do it. Because what are they going to do? Like scan your router? They can't do that yet. But you know what? Before we start this episode, I think I should have, instead of the summation, I could have just done this one. You ready? He rode a blazing saddle, he wore a shining star, his job to battle bad men from near and far. He conquered fear and he conquered hate, he turned dark night into day, he turned his blazing saddle into a torch to light the way. All right. Nice. Thank you. All right. The oppressive English.
We are to John the Beagle Dad. We are starting.
3, 2, 1, and action in this 43-minute and 16-second episode. And there's our deuterium factory. I got to say, this is better than most Disney shows now. Sets. This looks better than their Tatooine. It's just a quarry.
Than their theme park, actually.
it looks a lot better than that fucking theme park. It's
And
snowing
hail
here,
to,
by the way.
Read by Nature.
Hey,
it's
Read by
snowing-
Nature.
It's snowing here as well. And hail to Reverend Burn
Hey,
Fried
Reverend Burns,
Axe Wielder.
Three-Eyed Axe Wielder is a great
Yep.
friend of mine. We talk on X all the time.
Very
This
cool.
is, you know what? I hate to say that you're right because I want to say the discount Kazon are here. These Klingons are like, they escaped from like
Oh,
the
yeah.
Klingon dumb house.
Now,
They're
I
from
am-
like the dumbest part of Kronos.
I am a little bit disappointed that they didn't go. These are forehead aliens. They
Yeah.
spent very low effort trying to make them not look like humans. Didn't even.
We're
try
supposed
with
to
ears, nothing.
empathize. I think maybe it's empathy and also the cut budget. But you know what? That's the first time I've seen an airborne vehicle go past those mountains since those helicopters in MASH. I can hear the MASH theme song right now.
I was.
I can
just
see
gonna say,
radar running up there.
I'm waiting for them
Hawkeye.
to pan over and just see Kirk fighting a Gorn. You know.
And please rise and remove your caps for our Star Trek national anthem.
Yeah, I'd like to find out where they shot that because it probably was in Malibu Canyon, which is where the MASH site was filmed, which I've hiked to, by the way. You can hike up to where they filmed it. There's a nice, you can still see an ambulance there and some other props, and they've really kept it up. They've taken care of that site. Like a bench, you can have a picnic there. There's like, you know, like that netting they had that was like camouflage netting. There's some of that stuff over some picnic tables to give you shade. Really cool. What does he say? I'm already extremely impressed by that town. It's like the actual
It is
town.
really good production value on the
Yeah.
town, honestly.
It is.
You wouldn't want to have a season there, but it's as good as the base that they had when they went to the planet, the very first planet they went to on Battlestar Galactica, when they're like, this is good enough to pretend it's Earth, that mud planet.
Yeah.
It's better than that planet.
Yeah.
And we have a season there.
Yeah,
Discount-
Jonathan Davis, it does look real. It doesn't look like just complete CGI green screen crapola.
Yeah.
That is all too common.
Look, there's
And
a-
I
they-
can believe
they
it's
brought in a
somebody's
shuttle there.
workplace.
That
Yeah.
might be an actual rock.
It's a real rock. Oh my God, we've broken hundreds of years of Star Trek canon here. Marauders! Marauders!
They really did build this, or maybe it was being used for another movie, like another
Might have
sci-fi
been.
movie or something.
There was some. Okay, it's just the credits. Okay, I was wondering what was on screen that
I wish I
captions
could
were
wear
covering.
this desert uniform for like Halloween. Her uniform
It's cool.
is pretty nice also. I wonder if this is like
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
wear my Vulcan planet, like my planet Vulcan outfit for
This shouldn't bother her. This heat should be no big deal for her. It's kind of cold to fall.
Cold for her, yeah.
But you know what? This is the first time we've seen her with all her real hair and all her real body as T'Pol. They've finally allowed their beautiful girl to be beautiful. They're like, you know what? Maybe Jolene is kind of good looking. Maybe she's even good looking to marry like the richest guy in America, like kind of hot.
Yeah.
You
I like the
can
guy
spare
with
a
the
few hundred
bandana. Like
meters.
the makeup person could only handle like 8 people,
Yeah.
so they put the bandana on him.
Yeah. And to have somebody have some personality.
Yeah.
A few hundred liters of warp plasma or deuterium, it doesn't seem like a lot, does it?
You know what? I drank a couple of liters of deuterium the other day, and I don't recommend it. Everyone, we don't give medical advice, but don't drink deuterium.
Well,
Why did they have to pan away from DePaul's best asset? Man, when she was walking away, my mind was swooning. I heard air whooshing in my ears. Sorry, ladies. Hey, Buddy Hepburn.
For those of us that can't, hey, buddy, for those of us who can't do maths, 100 liters is just over 26 gallons. So you're talking, they're asking for like enough gas to fill up like 4 pickup trucks.
That's
And
it.
That's it. And they're like, no, we don't have enough. Like, what?
By the way, I want everyone to know I met Buddy Hepburn under the YouTube version of the Brooklyn Bridge, and I swore him into La Cosa Nostra. He's mod of mods. So you got to listen to him.
Buddy.
Welcome aboard, buddy. Congratulations.
King, baby.
To make a quick observation, this is, I think, the brightest we've ever seen the shuttle pod. Like, it's in natural light, and it's pretty impressive. I like the way it looks. It looks real.
And they had gamer chairs 22 years ago. Did they even exist yet?
Yeah.
Well, but
Like right there, that's
yeah.
a nice shot. That's
a little
cool.
kid can break into your shuttle pod. That's low OPSEC. I'm just saying.
And that shuttle pod, if he presses any of the buttons, this shuttle pod is so heavily armed. This is the most dangerous vehicle we've seen.
Florida man says, "Careful, kid, or I'll strafe your
He's
village.
a mod man.
Get the hell out of here! I will strafe your entire camp."
That's what when I saw their shuttlecraft flying in and they're like just looking at it in wonder, I was like, if you knew what that thing could do, you'd run for your lives. It's like Apocalypse Now when you see that thing coming for you. It's like Trip's like, I'll put Leonard Skinner on the outward speakers, Captain. They'll learn to mess with me.
He's like, do you have any idea how much manual labor it takes to refine a leader?
No.
No. Why would I know your business?
Do you know how a warp injector works? All right, so shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
By the way, look, Doc Brown's girlfriend is stuck here.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I will say is they've been here for multiple quote-unquote seasons, yet they still have these like Earth 2 tents that are like not...
I remember that show.
Dwellings, yes.
With Luke Perry's 90210 wife, who gets blown up, Rebecca Gayheart.
Yeah.
Do you know why she...
Saber the Doom Squirrel.
Hello, Saber the Doom Squirrel. It's good to see you, my friend. In both guises.
Yeah. Yours if you'd like it. What?
Yeah, this guy's like Jonathan Taylor Thomas in space.
She's like, I wouldn't know what to do with it. And Fox is like, well, I've been in like so many, I
have 6
9
wives.
ways I can show you.
Tell me she doesn't look like Mary Steenburgen a little.
The hair, maybe?
In the face. It's her spoon. It's her spoon forehead. They cast people with really big foreheads like her. He's giving you, like, critical medical equipment. Like, shut up and take it, you stupid idiot.
She's like, this is very expensive. I saw this piece at Home Depot last week. They had it in the cage so people couldn't steal it.
Dog meat, I've been unpacking this one all week. Here's what went down. A lot of people were gifting memberships, and you just saw a bunch of them get gifted out. And if you must have... Check your gift settings because you could probably have one in a couple of minutes by turning them on. But I de-wrenched pretty much everybody because it was an entire chat of wrenches. And when new people came in, like no one was saying hello. No one was thanking people when they were giving me chats. So I had to do nothing but be a message reader and just only focus on the chat. And it was messing up my ability to deliver a better show and inhibiting the show from growing. So in front of every really good YouTuber or even a mediocre one like me is an amazing mod. So like while we get the mod and wrench situation under control, as the channel grows, we don't want to turn people off or drive them away. So we had to do what we had to do. It's not personal, and no one had anything taken away from them. I would point out, and this is the last time I'm talking about this because it's the 10th week of talking about it. The first 8 weeks, I said, if you have a wrench, please say hello to people who are new in the chat, and please thank people who give gifts. And I'm really sorry. I wasn't a dick about it. I didn't force it down anyone's throat, but it didn't happen. And then several different people who have been generous to the channel had expressed, if I give people memberships and no one like name changes color and no one knows they have it and no one says they thank you, what's the point? So we're already doing an IP that's not the most popular anymore. I don't know if you heard about it, but for the last 15 years, Star Trek's been pretty shit. So I got one hand tied behind my back trying to survive here, and the last thing I need is someone to come in and say, in that Saving Star Trek, man, those guys are a bunch of dicks. They're a bunch of lazy mods. And it doesn't do you any favors, because when you go somewhere else, they're like, that's that mod from Saving Star Trek who didn't say hi to me. So this is best for everyone.
Right.
Yeah, I stopped giving him out like after. I stopped giving him out a while ago. You had one though. I took it the other. I remembered like hitting the X. You had one. I don't want to talk about it anymore though. Conversation over for the last time. 10 weeks is enough to address this one, guys. I am sorry if anyone feels that anything taken away, but I would ask anyone who doesn't have one, tell me what other channels you're a mod at, and let's just drop this. I'm sorry.
Also, sometimes it's easier just to watch and have fun. That's always the thing. And this is a good instance of them using the communicators, like TOS communicators. I know it's something we don't often talk about, but this does make it feel more like Star Trek in Season 2. I feel like in Season 1, they were very hesitant to use their communicators. Now they're just Yep.
And when they took them out like they were ashamed of them too. Like Archie would take it out, and so like with loathing. Was it supposed to be reflective of the fact that like cell phones are now in everyone's pocket, and people at that point resented them because they only did so much?
Okay, here comes Hopper, everybody. And I wanted to point out what John the Beagle Dad said. He's been looking forward to these Enterprise watches every week, and he says, "Thank you for this."
You're welcome. We look forward to seeing you too.
I agree. I look forward to him too.
And it's cool seeing you on X too. A lot of us follow each other on X, and when we're in between the weeks, and that always continues, just having some fun and camaraderie there too. So,
it is. And you know what? We're thinking about Deep Space 930 soon for Fridays. And oh my gosh, RRTNZ, a great friend of the program. The episode is The Magnificent Seven. If it had Klingons and was a bit shit, if it had the Klingons and was a bit shit. Sadly, no Charles Bronson, Steve McQueen, or Yul Brenner in sight. Live long and prosper. RTNZ, thank you so much. I made the upload for Sam Wilson, Falcon Man, for people like you who weren't able to hang out for the whole live stream. It's a dedicated upload. I didn't put a lot of video in it because the interest in this movie is going to be over before I would have time to do a proper job. I'm still not as good as people like like the amazing Critical Drinker or Disparu.
Yeah, and John the Beagle Dad brought this up. A couple other people have brought it up before this higher up in the chat. These are not TOS Klingons. And this is not also the first time we've seen Klingons. We saw them, last season?
I have a comment on that. Yeah, keep going.
I think they should have done the original Klingons, but I understand why they did the TNG ones. I just don't think it was the right choice.
If only we had known they were going to square it up, they couldn't tell us.
Right. And so for 3 seasons, you're like, why the hell do they look wrong?
Was it a season 2 episode?
For anyone that's ever worked in a bar, these are bar back mats that they put on the floor.
Oh yeah,
they are.
Yeah.
The rubber
There's a bar mats,
to make it easier to walk on, but the beer goes through the holes. Yeah, I just find it
makes sense that they would have something like that in the desert environment, though.
Maybe. I mean, they would dry out and get brittle and start just falling apart. I just think it's funny because they're like, well, we're going to be doing all this kung fu action. We need to have something softer to land on. So,
and also we're walking on sand. Well, we also think it's 3 layers, or 2 layers. You got the mats underneath them under the sand. But here we go.
Yeah, buddy. A lot of people had to make their own canon for what happened to the Klingons because since we didn't get this resolved, the only real thing you had is, I guess they just wanted to do the TNG one because more people remember those.
Let's remember, though, it started in the motion picture, though.
It did.
The motion picture is when we saw that design, so we have to...
But this was before the motion picture. So,
I know, but the motion picture had an inexplicable change to the way they looked.
Right.
That's where it needed to be addressed.
it made total perfect sense to all of us sitting in the movie theater why they look so much fucking cooler.
Because they had a budget.
Yeah, I was like, this is freaking awesome, you know. I mean, I was a little kid, but I had been prepared for it. I remember all the publicity for that and reading like all these glossy fold-out posters of the new Enterprise that had all this information on the back. It was the greatest.
So here's where we find out the Klingons have been bullies, and they've been coming to take the town stuff.
These are the Klingons who are the ancestors of the ones who end up becoming the Kazon.
You know what's funny? The Kazon were discount dicks. Klingons, and these are discount Kazon.
These got Kazon. Yeah,
these are like Ollie's Klingons.
By the way, yeah, right. By the way, last word on the bar mats. Like anything immersed in alcohol, they have a limited lifespan. The Jonathan Taylor Spoonhead here. He's like, wow, T'Pol is hot. I have a swelling down there.
I just
go fix the wellhead, Florida man.
Someone made a comment in Cosme about her, the alien lady.
I would
she's
like
hot.
to think that no matter how kind of torn down you would have been from the Klingons coming back, if you were coming out here for a mining operation, you would have been much, much better capitalized than what these people are coming out here for. Such really an afterthought of an operation, right? We look at other mining in science fiction. Remember how much capital they expended by the Weyland-Yutani Corporation in Alien?
Yeah.
Like that was, I forget even how much money, but it was like, you know,
trillions
of dollars on that.
Both
and,
Rebel.
You know, it was nuts. These guys like brought some tents and some old rickety equipment and bar mats, and here we go. Like it just.
I'm assuming in the wintertime they have like a tricked out cave to live in. Although, like they said, like a season, they're like, well, on this planet, the season is 20 days long. Then we have a 15-day winter. It's really a planetoid, Archer. Don't you do any astrometric surveillance?
Right.
By the way, the Klingons showing up, I don't know if it was bad writing or if it's a setup. When they talk to Mr. Prideweather, who has his one line in this fucking episode, he goes, no. They're like, have the Klingons seen the ship? He goes, no. And I guess that's supposed to tell us that they don't scan anything, because they also didn't scan the area to get the other life signs and find out there are more people there. And I guess what we're supposed to find out is they're deeply unmilitary and incompetent. Hey, critically, what's going on, buddy? We're watching some Star Trek. There's a pin post in the top of my Twitter, my X profile. Sorry, I almost said the T word.
I agree with Read by Nature's comment here, especially with the Klingon one. Just visual change. Let's keep moving.
I would have been okay with that.
I appreciate the story that they put in to try to attempt.
That wasn't a bad story. That's the thing. Yeah. I don't think that was a bad story at all. It was just there are two episodes that address
ways of doing it.
Yeah,
so
it was creative and interesting, and yeah, but
I see it as directly related to TNG: The Chase. It's like we're going to explain all our weird costume choices for the last 30 years in one episode. It'll make it all better.
Why everyone looks like humans.
Yeah.
Deep Space Nine did make fun of it in the anniversary episode, and it was kind of funny how they handled that. So.
Oh, with Worf, I do not talk about it. Yeah, yes. Like I said, I get it, but they could have easily just said visual change. You know, stop, make up your head canon about it. That's fine. Or write a book. Maybe it would have been a good book.
By the way, it's October 2002. That means like in a few more weeks, Star Trek Nemesis is going to come out and end the run of those movies on a huge splat.
Crazy.
If I'm not incorrect,
that movie is now.
No, this is like your average
garbage
front loader, but they took the bucket off the front.
Yep.
And just threw some, I don't know, egg cartons around it.
That's kind of what it looks like. Right? They just spray painted it with some. It looks like stucco.
Yeah.
Follow our friend Critically Thinking and Drinking on X. He's great. You'll love him.
Oh, I do. And I do.
There you go. What's not to love?
Tribulations. That is it, John.
And RTNZ, I thank you so much. I'm glad you're able to join us for a little while. I know you've been getting slammed at work, so.
Question, what's the upside for them doing this? besides soothing Archer's feelings?
Archer is really happy in the feels about this, and I guess the idea is we're seeing this is a bad attempt to say that the Starfleet nation Boy Scout inability to stand by while bad things happen. Although in this one, it's like they're cobbling together too much weirdness. It's like there's a little bit of a private little war in here, but like Archer doesn't have the guts to go in there and do it himself. He's like, you guys should go fight the Klingons. Like, why don't you fight these freaking Klingons, Archer? Because I'm going to say right now, the only way that this works, because we've seen Klingons in 3 different episodes, okay?
Yeah.
They all have one thing in common. We have only seen free agent Klingons so far in this show. Think about it.
That's
That
true.
is true.
There's no way they could be affiliated with anybody, and they're off their turf. I'm going to say right now, these are total space Vikings, and this is the rule of Klingon society. The only way it can make sense is that this is not headcanon. This is good enough to be an in-world explanation. Here you go. You ready? Klingons are like Vikings. Inside the Empire, they all stick together and they'll coordinate an attack on you. But if you leave, well, hey, you're going out doing some Klingon stuff. And if you take over a planet, you can become part of the Empire and you can choose who's governor if you don't want to be governor yourself. And hey, way to go. And if you make it back to the Empire, we'll fight to defend you and we'll help you keep that planet. But if things go wrong, F you. Because if everybody's on your ass and you make it back to the Empire, hey, we love to fight, so we'll go after them. But, if you screw up when you're out there, it's not like we're going to go looking for vengeance. Maybe your family will, but not the rest of us. They're like a mafia Viking society. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. We
That
had
has to be the only way, right? Otherwise, this is an act of war between Earth
Yeah.
and the Klingon Empire, right?
Yeah, these
It
are
has
like
to be.
pirates. Like, yeah, I remember we had a conversation like that before, and it was very interesting. And it was right on, and it fit with where they would be during this timeline. They're like not modern Klingons that we know of. He said they're starting to expand. They're starting to try out and go conquer planets, and
It's kind of how Core and the other guys in Deep Space Nine say, oh, the Empire, it's not the times of old when we could basically go and do out whatever we want
exactly, yeah,
across the galaxy. Yeah.
yeah. I do like the way they changed the Klingons too. Here,
All right. Now you're saying we need to think smarter, not.
You know what
not
would have
more
improved this
violent.
episode a lot? They didn't want to have a Klingon bridge, and that's why they lose this opportunity. But maybe they could have done it on the planet somehow. The Klingons, a conversation about how once we get this deuterium, we'll be able to go back to the Empire and reclaim our honor because we're a bunch of dicks who they think we're retards in the Empire. Like, we're retarded in the Empire. Go ahead.
the scene right now that's on. This is the Blazing Saddles scene. Let's move the town
Yeah. Move
50
the town.
meters south.
Yeah.
We'll give some land to but we don't want the Irish.
The thing about this, couldn't you just beam the Klingons onto your ship and throw them in the brig? And
Then what
be
would you
like,
do with
we're
them,
just not letting you out till you agreed to not be dicks.
I would just. There's only 12 of these Klingons. I just full on attack and destroy their fucking ship. But that's Admiral Teague. Admiral Teague also probably slaps the people's leader around and takes the deuterium first anyway and doesn't get into the negotiation. I'm insane.
And there's Ensign Prideweather.
Not speaking though. He does a good job of manual. He's good for manual labor.
He took that thing off. Hey, be careful. He took that. He took that thing off really well.
With gloves, because it was...
He moved that
sheet
thing
metal.
from point A to point B.
Well, yeah, you could target those storage pods we saw on that Klingon ship and make a big boom. Couldn't
I
you?
just think that bad performance in the prison episode, he moved the back of the shuttlecraft as far as respectability on this show.
This is cool. I like this.
Hoshi, I like how Hoshi's born again hard. Watch And by the way, the one thing is the effects are wonky. They're not they're not firing the most straight phaser blasts.
Yeah, those things are like changing because the guy was actually aiming at the ball.
Yeah, they're not lined up well. And Hoshi's shots are the worst.
She's like, before I saw some shit.
It's like, Hoshi, there's several people missing since you started getting really into the weapons on the ship. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about, like, Ensign Cutler. We haven't seen her in a while.
She starts.
The Bird
getting
of Prey
that full
classes
metal
emerge
jacket
in the house
smile.
system.
Every time
Mark
somebody,
Harkness says.
every time Archer asks her to do something, she gets that full metal jacket smile from the bathroom scene.
Yeah. But by the way, Burnfried here is making a good point. Like, maybe they don't have a lot of resources. The fact that they blow up their own moon mining on it would be like, maybe they aren't doing so great. The Klingons have technology, but like they played out their solar system, and now it's just like they have like maybe like a 6 or 7 solar system cluster. They got some resources, but they're like defensive expansionism or something, or just like, you know, like, I don't know. It's like, I am like of the House of Duras, boss of all bosses. I need all of you to go out there and conquer some territory. I don't want you near schools. I don't want you intimidating children. But, you know, everybody else is fair game. Go tell people we'll burn down their stores if they don't give us money.
Right.
Did the Klingons move their homeworld out in that story, or do they remain on?
Yeah,
Kronos?
there's a new Kronos.
Okay.
But here's the deal. Because they all left Kronos, it doesn't run out of oxygen, so you can go back for a short time. It becomes like an archival planet, if I remember correctly. Because some point in TNG, they have to go to Kronos 1 anyway.
They tell
And it might be
Pride
before
Weather
the other
to
movie.
Stand there and look good and don't say anything. See?
Mr. Prideweather cannot act. His one line in this movie is terrible. This Full Metal Jacket thing with DePaul doesn't work, but it does get us to look at her from all angles. Move your arms.
Sus Mana.
You gave them guns, but okay.
Yeah.
You can't.
Mr. Prideweather doesn't. He just watches one. I don't. Oh, he's like, go nonverbal on this one, Prideweather. That line
That's
took like
pretty
30
ripped.
takes. He is huge. That's when Prideweather started coming up. It's like when so he likes to work out. He's a soap opera actor. He has no real skill. What's going on with this guy?
No one raised their hand and said, "What if they swing baseballs at me first?"
Let's just say they gave Mr. Mayweather a name that invited the comparison to being called Mr. Prideweather, all right? And then the character's also just like the biggest hey in the world. We're so afraid to use this character. We won't put him in jail because he's black in that episode. We won't beat up on him and put him in chains because of that, right? But in his small part in that episode, he's terrible. And in the episode Fortunate Son, the worst episode, is because it's a Prideweather heavy episode.
Right.
We're not going to trust him again until like the end of season 3 with Horizon.
Yeah. On this part here that we're looking at, this
I like
kid
this part.
actor, he's got like the Hollywood child actor haircut going on. Like,
But he sucks.
he's got this perfect haircut in this desert planet. He's clean cut. He's not dirty.
You know what really bothered me the most?
He also
Go ahead.
said, I used to shoot lizards back in the canyon with my T-16.
Yes,
And
I
Tucker's
didn't
like,
miss that.
shooting womp rats is one thing.
Yeah, I did like that the Trip is being fatherly and avuncular towards him, though.
Yeah, he is.
It's
They
nice. It's a
look
nice
like me.
quality of Trip. They kind of do. Maybe that was a casting decision too, but I will say this: that kid, his delivery was so bad. With his head turned that far, they couldn't have had him do like automatic dialogue replacement. They couldn't get any better than that. Like, I'm scared.
Yeah.
But what will happen, space person? Like Harris delivered lines with more conviction.
Yeah, we all do, John. But it's fun to make fun of them.
Oh, this was so they could throw this on any back lot and then just shine a bright stage light down through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the parking lot is right behind there. Like the producer's car is just out of frame. He's in there doing cocaine right now. Hey,
outlaw the bill. Yeah.
Hey, Outlaw Bill.
I have the perfect answer for that.
Almost got
How
away with
dare
it,
you.
didn't you?
I don't care.
Dare you? He's like, I've seen some things.
Outlaw Bill, did you see the beginning of the show? I played the Love Boat from your show. I played the beginning. I played part of your show to start mine. Don't copyright strike me, bro.
By the way, I found out you can watch all of the Love Boat on YouTube for free.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
Look
watched
for
the
Terry
first,
Hatcher.
I watched the first episode today, or one
Oh,
of
it sucks. The first
I don't know
one
if it was the
sucks.
first. Maybe it wasn't the first, but David
It's like
Hasselhoff
a weird
was the
movie
lead.
that's. Oh, okay. It's the first actual episode. In the pilot movie, it's terrible, and it's
it was
never
actually not
that
bad.
bad again.
It was a
With the
good
woman who
episode.
stows away and all that weirdness.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, no, there's like an initial Love Boat movie that's like not everything is really in place. It's like the cage of the Love Boat.
Yeah, but it wasn't bad. I enjoyed watching that thing. It was been so long since I've seen an episode of the Love Boat. Isaac was trying to get noticed by some record deal guy, and it backfires on him.
When Isaac's
And
around, when
keep
they're
your
at the
phaser
pool,
rifle pointed at the ground, please.
yeah, the
trigger
explosive
discipline on
ground.
This stuff is.
Well, the ground is explosive, so now, like, you know, what do you think, smart guy? But when you watch the Love Boat, when you're in the Isaac's area by the pool, Terry Hatcher was a Love Boat regular starting at some point, and her job was just to be by the pool in a bikini. So she's probably always wearing sunglasses or reading a magazine, but she was hired because she had such a
Request for the
hot
timestamp.
body. The timestamp on this episode is 32:22.
Cool. There you go, Deadman.
Hi, Deadman, and it's in the it's pinned in the chat, but I'm glad you're watching along on another device on your own. If people watch on their televisions, does that bother you as well, YouTube?
The pumps, they're silent. What a line.
Hopper's back again. It was funny. They had the coordinates to beam down, and nothing's fooling them. But they're 50 yards away, but they don't notice.
Well, I think the thing is, we talk about like how they were surprised when the people from the NX-01 scanned them, and they were like, "We're sorry about that." And the Klingons aren't looking around when they show up at the planet. They don't detect the Enterprise. Even Mr. Prideweather can keep it hidden from them. And then when they come down, it's just like they don't really notice that the town of Rock Ridge has been moved. So, yeah, these Klingons are like dumb, but there's enough in here, like 3 or 4 times, to show that no one is scanning. It's visual scanning. I know, it doesn't make any sense at all. And did you notice the Klingons have, like, their transporters work great.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when
Way
we
to
see the
go.
Bathlethe
Way to
in
go,
combat
Armory
later, it looks
officer,
really bad.
Having your futuristic scope on your futuristic rifle, and you still miss.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Paramount Plus. You know what?
You're right.
I've been watching Landman, if you haven't checked that out.
Strike
Deadman, it's a
one.
great show.
Oh. That's why you slide into home, lady.
I would have, but by the way, Anthony Montgomery's like 4'6". I would have given him like a khaki jacket. I don't care if he has like okay arms. It's like, you know what? You're gonna wear like a military kind of jacket. You're a military wannabe. Here's your Mako style jacket.
So was Reed supposed to just scare them off? I think he was supposed to miss.
The bar.
He's just supposed to hit the
off in
ground
this
around them.
direction.
It's a hate crime to kill these Klingons. They have like a bunch of disabilities.
Choreography is like TOS level poor.
How great would it be if the line they wrote to fix it was instead of that they were renegades?
They had that shot choreographed, the guy with the headband. Do you see that? With him taking the 2 shots, then slowly lowering the rifle.
Oh, there you
He's
go.
like, this is my big demo roll to get into an action movie right there.
This batholith is so fake, though. When she knocks it out of his hand, it's just like made of rubber or something. See, when he watch this. See that?
Yeah.
Cardboard, even. Doing a great job, buddy. Thank you.
Pretty well. I got to say that you faked that okay.
You know what's going to be big? The return of 1923. I'm going to be watch partying that, guys. Yeah, this fight was not quite TOS level.
No.
Yeah, right, Mark Harkness.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Nice,
futuristic,
like steampunk binoculars.
If futuristic
I felt like he also
always have some flashy digital thing going on in them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I thought was the best part about these was they helped me keep straight that he was the leader. I'm like, that helps. By the way, they are so on us. It's like, let's delete some people. Let's delete a child. It's like, you scumbags. It's like, at this point, like, why aren't you killing them when you know they're this evil?
Yeah. Not like they're going to have
pick them off right there. I mean, this is the worst tactical mind possible, right?
Unless your only plan is to like see how stupid they are, so you can scare them off. It's like, we've intercepted their comms, sir. Like,
we've
what is it?
Seen them shoot with pulse rifles. Now they're hiding up outside of town, up on the high ground.
Like, what's the deal? Like, did they hack their comms
with melee weapons?
This is my theory as to why Archer thinks they're so dumb. You ready? We hack their comms, and when they send the when they communicate with Klingon High Command, their Klingon logo has the progress flag colors on it. They're like, these are not the smartest Klingons. We've got these guys.
They're all standing in a blob with each other. They have no tactical formation. You know,
no, it's like they're not from a warrior race.
And they just had particle weapons being shot at them from the same mountains they're just walking up to.
Yep.
Again, a swarming attack, like, perhaps.
Look at it. They could be picked off right there.
Mark. Archer's like, oh, good. They stood on the X. This is a Scooby-Doo plot device. By the way, I just want to say, well, we'll get there when we get there. Here we go.
He just realizes he stepped on the landmine and he can't move his foot. Oh, and these are actually the propane flame generators that were later repurposed for the bridge on season 5 of Star Trek Discovery.
I wasn't the idea that you would say that about propane, JT. If you noticed, that's an orange flame. If it was propane, it would be blue. At the risk of offending a more well-known YouTuber, I too can imitate Hank Hill.
Yeah, I know.
Hank,
we
Hank, the Klingons are aliens, Hank.
Unlike Doomcock, I also can imitate Dal.
And hail to Lombardi, 1969. John the Beagle Dog. Yes, this is a bad episode.
They should have eliminated those guys. They really
beamed them behind their position higher up on a ridge.
And how flammable is this deuterium if you could have most of it on fire and still be okay? Greetings to you, Lombardi 1969.
Hey, Lombardi.
It's so good to see you. and the members of our Star Trek fleet, our Star Trek family. Everybody's exchanging friendly hails. Damn it, Bubba. That boy ain't right. You know, I just like to point out, that is my favorite thing about Doomcock, is that at heart, he understands that a truly great entertainer comes from New York. Where was Hank Hill born? Yankee Stadium's ladies' room.
Oh, really?
He's a New Yorker. You didn't see the episode of King of the Hill when he finds out he's from New York?
No.
It's the best one. And then he like gets drunk and like he ends up in the Alamo, like tripping out, and like he ends up like like he has an Ozzy Osbourne moment. He ends up naked at the Alamo, and he has to steal the clothes off the exhibit. But while he's there tripping out from all the booze he's drank, he sees the New York flag, and he finds out that people from New York defended the Alamo. And I'm like, they're probably the only reason it lasted that long. Who was the ones who decided to go get trapped in there? That was not a New Yorker.
Hank would have liked this episode. He'd been like, well, it doesn't look like they're burning propane down there. The flames are yellow.
He's like, do you
That's the
think you'll come
danger
back?
of deuterium, Bobby.
I need some blue flame.
Come
But
on,
I told Bobby,
deuterium's
stop.
not
Trip
flammable
didn't have
enough.
the heart to tell him that his mom was not going to be charitable enough, so he's not coming back.
My favorite comedian, Buddha Sack.
Dang it, Bobby, I told you, stop humping the cat.
Star Trek Manger Babies.
This episode's dumb. But man, you know, this is the biggest sin right here, is that they don't linger on T'Pol long enough. Though she does clear the rock first. Just don't Archer, stay away. Stop obscuring her. Thank you. See, that's good directing. Hey, dead man. I can't thank you enough for the generous 99-cent super chat. That's really, really, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it, buddy. That ball's not right.
That boy ain't right. What
And
they
there
need
you
on
go.
that
The nice
their
fly-off to
deuterium
end
thing
the
of them.
episode. Would you expect anything less? No.
What they need
All
there
right.
is a good butane regulator.
Okay. Well, let's pile on out of the theater. Guys, come on back to my Star Trek show. And you know what? It's time to enjoy a little bit of analysis. Come on back to YouTube, and we have the whole spiel for you here, guys. It's going to be...
Yeah, you got to get that
it's gonna
poll up.
be wild.
Real quick.
You got to get that poll up there.
Just to say
Yes.
thank you to the fine US of A hockey team on their victory over Canada 3-1 in the
all right.
four tournament. Anyway,
Why are we playing? Why is America playing against America in the Olympics, though? Wouldn't we
That's
play another
the other
country in the
question.
Olympics? I don't understand.
oh no, it's a Four Nations tournament.
For now, I mean, it's the
Well,
Three
yeah,
Nations
it'll be
tournament
Three
this
Nations.
time next year.
Well, Canada
Can't get to
goals
America?
only count for 0.75 of a goal now with the new
exchange
point
rate,
tariffs that have been put into effect.
I had heard about that. It's concerning. If you ask me, I think it should be strongly looked into.
Anyway, shall we go to review time?
Yeah, well, Admiral T, did you get the poll up for the chat to do their?
I'm
score?
going to actually put the poll up now. I was doing a couple of few things in my infinite wisdom here as the commander of this ship, and I will consider putting the poll up, Mr. Carter, when this becomes a democracy. Let me find the poll.
It is our duty to point out alternatives.
All right, let's see. Let's start the poll. What grade do you give Marauders? Do we start at B?
Yes.
No, some people might like it. We gotta go A.
You know what? It was good Star Trek fun, even if these were the dumbest Klingons we've ever run into. It's like they have the short bird of prey, sir. I don't understand. What are you talking about?
A, C, D, and F. I think.
All right, guys, our poll is live. Do not drink any water before you vote. Do not campaign within 1,000 feet of the computer.
Oh man.
Yeah, not within 100 kilocams, please.
I think you could have started this thing at 50.
Whoa!
You could have started it like you give it 70, 60, 50, or 40
wow,
or
look how
below.
somebody had enough confidence to give it a B. I would say, like,
Yeah.
here's the thing: E and A is defensible, just not. It's a little hard to respect. It's a little hard to respect that take.
Distinction without a difference. Yeah.
I think
Well,
you're yes, it is, but like you're my Star Trek brethren, and I would never show you up for saying that an episode of good old the original series, like I could make a principled argument, like in a debate, that Turnabout Intruder is actually a high quality episode of Star Trek.
I think it is.
It actually is. Yeah,
It's pretty
people
good.
mock it though. It's like it gets bagged on all the time. It is pretty good.
Well, Kirk is so effeminate when he wants to be, and it's just like, whoa, okay. He really overplayed his hand on that episode.
Well, that's watching that episode, when I see it, it gives me the terrible feeling that the new Trek people are going to bring back Kirk, but as a female, because they have his DNA.
Why?
To get rid of the toxicity and have a perfect Kirk. I want the real Kirk. I mean the real Kirk. Perfection. Right? It was like, I finally saw that fucking movie where the meme came from. I'm like, so that's where it came from. And that is such cringe CGI. And that whole scene is cringe AF.
Mm-hmm.
What is with that movie?
Well, folks, if you're on the other platforms besides YouTube, that would be X and the R Humble, then
With the hard R.
Yes. Please put your rating in the chat. We can't make it anonymous, unfortunately, over there, but we would still like to know what you think. So go ahead and drop that in there. Thanks.
So, Marauders, they're like pirates, but stupid.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
What's the definition of a marauder, honestly?
Marauds.
Who
That's
would
the
like
model
to
of
go,
a car.
That's probably the oppressive Oxford definition.
who would like to go first?
I went
Put
first
that thing up.
last week, so if it is to his admiral's good desire to shake it up a little bit, that would be Sean this week.
Oh, okay. Well,
Go ahead.
this is
Go
going
ahead.
to be my first F. this
Whoa.
one, this episode sucks. It sucks on so many levels. Basically, it's a Bug's Life, which is why I have Hopper as my avatar this week. A big bunch of bullies come down.
I read the
and
plots. They were the same, yeah.
Yeah, if you go on to Grok or ChatGPT and ask it to create a short synopsis for the plot of the Bug's Life and the episode Marauders, it gives you almost identical things. And I'll try to find that, but I think I sent it to you, didn't I?
That wasn't a meme. That was real. Yeah, but it's in our
it was
private chat
real.
that's in our private chat where we have all that hateful imagery and other symbolism that we're not supposed to bring out. Guys, we have like a Star Trek black mass in our private chat every day. Like we're weird guys. What can I tell you? It's like we only speak. I don't know why the hell we bother encoding it when we only talk in Klingon. I mean, we're the only ones who speak it, and that's one of the things I knew that I hated J.J. Abrams' Star Trek when I said, God damn it, I paid good money to learn Klingon, and this asshole puts it right up there on the screen for everyone to see.
Yeah, let me get this up here. But this thing is a definite F for sure. Oh, here it is.
It's not
Here it is.
all that great, right? It's like dumb.
Yeah, can I share the screen now?
Go for it.
Okay. Window there. So I'm going to share the screen here, and I'll read them here. So here's A Bug's Life. Flick, an inventive ant, recruits circus bugs to defend his colony from grasshoppers, led by Hopper, who annually extort the ant's food supply. Through teamwork and ingenuity, they outsmart the grasshoppers, teaching lessons on individuality and cooperation. Then the Enterprise... Archer and the Enterprise crew assist a mining colony where Klingon marauders regularly steal their deuterium production by providing defense training and reactivating the refinery, they enable the colony to resist, ensuring their survival and securing their own deuterium supply. It is the same freaking plot. it's
Now ask it for I guess Blazing Saddles. It wouldn't register, but trying to
you can
think
probably
what other.
put it in, like ask it to show the comparisons for it. But I did that the other day. Yeah, this thing gets an F. I mean, those people should.
I'm trying to think of what episodes DNA is in there too.
Yeah, it's like, why didn't they take out the Klingons? They had killed that kid's dad. 8 other people were out in the desert. And they're like, "Don't come back. We'll be ready." It's like those Klingons would be like, "No, we're gonna come back."
And then we find out that everyone died for nothing because the Klingons are like, "Oh, we don't like you anyway." What a bunch of wuss Klingons!
You know what the Klingons would do is they would just come down with everybody and their uncle from multiple directions,
right?
Blaster them all, and then bring in unpaid workers from another planet and drop them there and tell them to get back to work.
They would have taken them out from orbit or beaten themselves on some hilltops and then just picked them off, from a distance. It was so, and
they're evil. Just sweep it on their ship and blow it apart. Yeah. They're fucking scumbags. They're oppressing these people. They're really horrible to them. They're stealing all their stuff. They're oppressing them. They're blowing them away. When you hear them saying, "We're going to go kill your little pal," who you brought up to the Enterprise and showed around, and who you let fire the ion cannons on the Colonel Green, and who you talk to about shooting womp rats, your future Death Star destroyer. When you know they're going to put him down, what's so redemptive about these Klingons? And what's so explosive about the deuterium seems to be it burns in a steady, predictable manner.
Yeah. I mean, I get why they didn't show them just eliminating these fools. They needed to be eliminated. But they shouldn't have had made this episode. It was so dumb. Don't come back. We'll be ready. Because we learned how to roll on the ground. Stop it.
Reverend Burnfried Axe Wielders has said to us that the Marauders he thinks are just raiders without a government backing. It happened during the 30 Years' War in Germany often. So Ronin, to use another culture's type. So here's the thing though. These guys needed to, we needed a scene on the Enterprise where, whoever was, manning the ship while Archer, your tactical commander really is down on the planet. I guess Reed can handle these idiots, but we don't know they're stupid right away. And it's just what we needed a conversation on the ship. It's just the Klingon ship is moving away, sir. They've got a Mensa bumper sticker. Oh. They must be idiots. It's they're not as smart as they think they are. What do you mean, Mr. Reed? Never mind.
Oh, incoming subspace.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And while that's coming in,
wow!
Yeah, there's my greatest
over on Rumble. Hey, I want to thank my friend Vic Fontaine over on the Rumble side of things for giving me 2 gift subscriptions to Admiral Teague. If you want, run on over to Rumble and get one of those free subscriptions. Thank you so much. I'm going to be probably going on Rumble a little more, but check before you go on. We got 14 people on Rumble now. It's a whole lot, but you know what? I thank you, but when you go on Rumble with gifts, Vic, be careful. Check your phone and your device, because for some reason, for a while ago, to gift on your phone was a different price than the gift on the computer. So compare and go with the one that's less money. So just be mindful of that. I don't know what's going on all the time over there at Rumble. It's a little weird, but 5 likes is great. And 2 memberships gifted by my good friend Victor Fontaine. I want to thank you so much, Victor. It's really generous of you. And you've been watching Saturday night's Star Trek show, no matter who the captain was, for a long, long time. And wow, a Rumble rant, $10 from Victor Fontaine. Hail Admiral Teague, another awesome Saving Star Trek on Saturday night. Well, we still got some time to go here in the show. So, you know what? Thank you so much. And I guess Now we got an F from Sean. Sean, you've given your final thought on this fantastic presentation by the Star Trek team. Anything? Sean's going to step away. He gave his F. He can expand later. JT, why don't you go on this one? Because we're not making an upload. The energy for the upload of this one is going into Night in Sick Bay. I think is a more popular episode. But thank you, Victor. It really helps. It gets me a sandwich while I'm editing. Sorry, JT.
Yeah, no,
and I need that sandwich while I'm editing. I do.
This episode does not have big dick energy, so not making an upload. It's fine. It's fine, really. So what I thought of this episode, coming off the last one, I was hoping for something a little bit better, but just viewing it individually is how I'll rate it, because it's not fair to expect more out of it based on last week's bomb. So here we go.
You wouldn't hate Star Trek if you'd never seen it before. You'd just be like,
Right. Marauders was campy. It was kind of sleazy, and it was stupid. I was trying to steelman arguments all week for how this episode was better than what I thought. Couldn't get there. When my eyes are not immediately drawn to the rubber bar mats that they're walking around on all episode, and the just obvious equipment from like the back lot, it was like just going to fall flat in every single way. And a lot of that comes down to, one, Archer should not have gotten involved in this. He
should have gotten in all the way.
Right.
It's the way he gets in sucks.
Right. He could have traded weapons. Right. He could have traded all kinds of things to help them defend themselves, instead of, it's the whole teach a man to fish whole thing. Would have been better. And it's not his job to come around and save every sad puppy that he comes across, right? He is never going to get to his core mission of exploring the galaxy, and he's going to make a ton of enemies along the way by doing what he does in this episode. He's ruled by his emotions, not by the core mission that someone like him in the, I guess, if you want to call it the military, but somebody in this culture would not do this. I'm sorry if you feel bad for them. They're getting picked on. It's not your job to stop galactic bullies right now.
Yeah, and he tried to thread the needle there by saying, well, we didn't really hurt any of them. We just showed them what to do. Like it's like he should have learned something from Dear Doctor. Like,
yes, you're absolutely right, Sean. He should have. Did not at all. The next thing
is this a leftover fucking Voyager script? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
true. The next thing, I would have loved to have seen classic Klingons. I think it would have made the fight scenes far more believable to see classic Klingons versus these Klingons who are all far taller, more muscular, just more imposing. It makes these fight scenes seem silly. I remember watching this when it originally released and thinking, this fight choreography is the lamest shit I've ever seen. I mean, a little hyperbolic on ever, but I was kind of joking before the show. As I said, I tried those moves in high school and I got my ass kicked in the locker room, So it's
the double flying kick thing.
Yeah. I'm like, this is not going to work. It's just not going to work. Do not put these characters in this situation where they're going to even have to perform these moves. You should have had a 50% fatality rate or higher, teaching them that one lame ass roll kick move. This isn't a video game. And so doing
she doesn't mention that she has 5 times their fucking strength. She's a Vulcan.
Yeah.
I love that video game comparison. It's like, hey, this enemy attacks with this pattern. So go left, right, roll,
Yeah,
uppercut,
B, back, X. Okay.
Like they're playing Mike Tyson's Punch Out, Okay.
You are the least courageous we have taken note in the Federation database that the Vulcan Science Council has deemed you the least courageous race this side of the Pack Lads. It's like, what the hell is wrong with these people? It was like, let's set a course to Bumbling Coward 1.
So, yeah, that just totally took you out of it. And to build up to a final scene like this, it really took away some of the gravitas on that. Like, we should have just seen them doing stupid moves, or heaven forbid, use the weapons that you gave them. Right? They have a stun setting last time I checked. Why aren't you using that? So then you get to all that. Then you have this other group of people that are your crew that are up there on the ridge with particle weapons that don't have the effect of gravity that work on them, at least not the same way that kinetic weapons would. And you have these futuristic scopes. You're not that far away. Why is Malcolm missing, unless he's missing on purpose? I think he was supposed
to miss. Yeah, I think it was on purpose.
You should have stunned them all except for the leader and told them next time we're not going on stun. Right? Mean business when you do this. If you're the Klingons, you were simply shamed into looking stupid. And if anything, you're coming back next time.
Right.
And in greater numbers.
Yep.
Yeah, you're going to be like the Sand People. They'll be back and in greater numbers, right?
Yeah.
This was stupid, and this colony is getting wiped off the face of that planet the next season when the Klingons come back.
General Order 24, Mr. Kirk.
So
even T'Pol said it earlier.
These spoonhead bastards.
Even T'Pol says, "What if they come back after we leave?"
Right.
No, but we're gonna make them get scared real bad.
Good thing they make clear that they're too scared to come back and never will. Oh, we're not going to play baseball against you anymore. You can't be our friend anymore.
We can fool you into walking into a ring of fire.
Yeah. These are the stupidest Klingons I have ever seen. Some of the stupidest enemies. This is pack-led level tactics. And I'm sitting here thinking, even if you're pirates, you took some kind of combat training, or this is not your first rodeo, right? Why are you all bunched up, casually walking around in the open when you've already been fired upon and you've been made to look like idiots? Why are you continuing that? Why are you not saying, come out now and put your your Klingon phase pistol right on one of the big tanks of deuterium and saying, I'm going to, blow this whole thing up if you don't come out now and answer for this. The Klingons had leverage too. They played no tactical advantages. They were tactically stupid, and they will come back later. This whole thing was naive. I think this was written by the people that got beaten up in high school and middle school and wish that they could get their punches back in, but they don't know how. They just
what I
don't
want to
know
see?
how.
These are the two things that they consistently screw up in Star Trek. You ready?
Sure.
They cannot write someone coming on to someone else. It never really flies. Sometimes with Riker it works, and sometimes with Geordi it works because he's not supposed to be overly suave. So the fact that it's awkward, like, you can relate a little bit. But these are the people who in high school didn't know anything about, like, how to talk to girls, and they didn't talk to girls until they had Ferraris, and like, I write Star Trek, and it was like, somehow they managed to work the thing that kept the girls away into something that got the girls, and that's like, now it's like, with life substantially changed, like, they've skipped over, like, an important skill that most of the rest of us have. They don't know how to talk to girls, they don't know how romantic conversations typically go, they're not the most natural at writing them. They can write married couple conversations pretty good, unless it's Miles and Keiko, but that's a whole different stream, and that stream is called Deep Space 930, the Star Trek talk show about, like, the Star Trek soap opera talk show, Deep Space 930. What do you think? It's like The View for Star Trek, but no whoopee.
Right. Exactly. I think a more realistic way to go for this would have been to help them improve their infrastructure and not tell them anything about it. And so that way they could just meet their quota easier. Now you've instilled a false sense of courage and security into this group. So next time they come back, they think they will actually be able to stand up by themselves, and they'll have no chance. No chance.
It sounds like you just elaborated the Vietnam War policy. It's like, we will arm South Vietnamese to resist the North Vietnamese. It's like, is this guy maybe our dumbest president leading us into a war? It's like, yes, he is. Like, well, at least that'll never happen again. Whoa, here along comes George W. Bush. But you know what? The dead man. Imagine the excellent writing, excellent Klingon episodes in Deep Space Nine, only to make the Klingons worse than Introduction to the Ferengi. That's why the lack of a set really hurts this movie. You know, this episode. You know what we needed? We needed a conversation on the Klingon ship where they're like, you know, after we finally have enough deuterium, we'll have enough money to pay off the fines we have for escaping the retarded house, and we'll be allowed back into the Empire. And it'll be like, redemption will be yours, Captain. And it's like, yes. And like he walks up, like walks into like a wall because he's like the dumbest Klingon on 2 feet. And then it's like, you know, it's like, are our scanners working? It's like, they still are a little bit out of alignment, but you know what? We can get a visual lock on it. It's like, good enough. Please, someone fix the scanners. I'm so tired of everything around here being broken. And like, that would have been enough. It's like, our scanners are broken and we're the dumbest Klingons around.
See, and I was thinking about this. Why is this bad? How can we make it better? If you wanted to Roddenberry script doctor this, the Klingons would have revealed that they have no choice but to come back because they're under the thumb of someone even more powerful than they are. So they're forced to pay the bullying down onto this next group. Right. So then Captain Archer or the Federation, Earth, Starfleet would have said, oh, I see what's going on. Well, Klingons, you need to learn to work together with these people, and all three of us will stand against Greater Force Y and free you all of this predicament. And then we'll all live together in harmony. Right? But they don't do that. They don't do that. That would be too smart for this episode, for them to learn that they're not enemies, that they can work together. That would be the way out of this. But instead, it's an F. I'll just end it with my rating right now, folks. You knew it was not getting any higher than that. This is a freaking F, and I've said enough to lock that score in. So
I'm
thank
very
you, Admiral.
upset.
I will
no
hand the communicator back to you.
Well, the first thing I want to say is I saw Susan Dolan had a problem, and it was very upsetting to see that. But you know what, Susan? Check the Cosby there at that link. Tell me if you can at least see my theater and you see the Commodore Decker screaming at you, and I'll see if I can pull up some media just to show you for now. I guess what I could do is I could put our Rumble feed on in the theater for a moment, and you can see our feed over on the green machine, as they call it. It's a little bit behind, what can I tell you? But there you have it. So you can see, like, there we are on our own show. I can put, this should be fun. Like, we could watch our show on our show. Like, what do you do on your show? Oh, we hang out and watch the best show on YouTube, our show, on Rumble, to get our ratings up there. But
YouTube,
look, there we are again.
Wall. Who's the fairest of them all? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Admiral, someone made a good comment. You had it highlighted above there about was it John?
Which one?
You had it highlighted right before you put Susan's comment up. Oh wait, here it is. Here it is. I'm going to show. So I want to see what you two think about this.
Welcome, Zeldar Jennings. Very quickly, I'm sorry, I missed that one, but welcome, Zeldar. It's good to see you.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
Oh, well, no, the Dead Man said to make these Klingons worse than the introduction of the Ferengi. And I thought that was a great call out. I want to know what you guys think of it. Which is worse, these Klingons or the first time we see the Ferengi in TNG?
These are far worse. The Ferengi are consistent still. They're not like the dumbest Ferengi ever. They're
Even with
just
the
like,
hissing and the
they
whipping
shouldn't be there. They're
Yeah,
acting
see,
like
that was-
earlier TNG. And you know what? I believe that there's a whole bunch of Ferengi who are a little more warrior-oriented than Quark. Quark is like a rear echelon Klingon, a rear echelon Ferengi.
Even though he was one of those Ferengi in that episode.
Plays a totally different character, man. He's a great actor.
The Ferengi in the TNG introduction episode were fine because that was the first time they'd ever shown them on screen. and they had nothing else to go with. So how do we roll
True.
a new species?
But it was
This
crappy. It
if
was
you don't
so
know
hokey.
anything about the Klingons to this point, like this, you're done, right? Like what?
True.
We know
Yeah.
too much about the Klingons.
Yes. So why
What's
did
weird-
you use them?
Susan, in the Cosme right now, do you see our Rumble show? Do you see it now? And if not, give it a refresh. And guys, like, try to help Susan out. I was very upset to see that. The theater window looked like, well, now in there right now, you should see what looks exactly like the show on YouTube, but it's on Rumble at the moment. So if you look in Rumble, you'll just see basically the same thing you see here, but I'm using it to see if the Cosme works properly and so that you can test it, because we'll help you through this one. It's very upsetting to me that you weren't able to enjoy the episode with us, because the whole point of this show is I feel that now saving Star Trek, apart from being somewhat archival, is really, it's important that we don't lose one more fan or we don't lose one more place. You know, this is the last place that we really have. It's our base, it's our home, it's our staging area. You know, this fleet, you know, and until it's time for us to, you know, leave this sector and go beyond the furthest star, because we are going to journey to better Star Trek, you know, and we are going to get there. You know, it might not be in my lifetime, but I do know that we're going to see. I've been to the other side of the Star Trek void. I've seen the Vulcan children and the Ferengi children playing together, and I'm telling you, we will have good Star Trek again. But you know what? I may not get there with you. But the point of the matter is, this show is to give away Star Trek for free. So it's like, it's deeply upsetting to me that I didn't fulfill my mission. I used the most state-of-the-art equipment I have. I have the best people and the best words. But you know what? We do usually make uploads. This one may be fans only, or I might just not do it, because if you don't edit your uploads, this is the thing we found out about YouTube, is you can say almost anything you want in a live stream and get away with it, but if you then re-upload that live stream, it very deeply looks into what you say. Very deeply looks into what you say. You can say things that we had already said were re-uploaded, and they were just the rules for uploads are completely different too. So you have a little bit more freedom of speech on on upload. I'm sorry, on a live stream than you do on an upload. And like, how much freedom of speech do we not have here? I mean, geez, we don't call them YouTube euphemism or YouTubeisms for no reason.
Sometimes that could be fun.
It can be fun. Hit the refresh on the theater, Susan. Let me know if you're able to make any progress in there. Buddy, thank you for helping Susan so much with the Cosme. You know what? Try joining the room and, I don't know, accepting cookies. I've never had a problem with Cosme, I can tell you that.
I love accepting cookies, let me tell you.
Yeah. By the way,
I've
Mark
had
Harkness has it.
I've had problems with Cosme, Susan. It could be
It's
just
crashable.
sometimes like the volume
has
won't
bad
show up,
days.
the volume button won't be there, or the play button's not there. Just usually, if you clear your cookies and your cache, hit F5 to reload, and then you should be able to access it.
We're
The
really
play
sorry,
button's this
though.
giant play button in the center of the screen.
I don't take my biggest show every week and give it away with absolutely no AdSense. But I mean, don't get me wrong. You guys are generous. You guys are so unbelievably appreciative of us bringing you Star Trek. But this is my most successful, biggest show every week. Weekdays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. This week on Tuesday night, I'm going to be doing a Deep Space Nine show with Jacob Ironside, who's great friends who we can't wait to have back. And I might do a later show that night, maybe go on around 11 or 12. Like, I'll see. But as far as Thursdays and Tuesdays, it's usually going to be 7:30. I'm contemplating maybe moving it back to 8. I'm going to find my audience. I know I met a lot of you guys by being on in the afternoon, sometimes between noon Eastern and like 5 Eastern. If that's what works, we go back. Victor Fontaine with yet another amazing gift over there on the Rumble. We have 3 subscriptions to be had over on the Rumble side now. Thank you, Victor. And you made sure to check, right? You made sure to check your phone versus your computer to get the best price, because that was a glitch that me and Steven Seagal found together. Fat Steven Seagal, JFG. He's a great YouTuber. And well, RRTN said with a very generous $10 New Zealand super chat says, as Archer yelled, "Autobots, roll out!" Mayweather fired the Falcon's hyperdrive. Trip triggered the flux capacitor, and Reed fired the wave motion gun. I cheered to see the Xenomorphs flung into Mount Doom. You bring out the performative in me, and it was people like RRTNZ who've given me such wonderful compliments. I never deserved to be mentioned in the same breath as Critical Drinker, but when he said to me that, like, I kind of reminded him a little bit of him, I was so overwhelmed and so touched by that I got to tell you guys, it took a lot longer to make that upload today than you would think. The one that I did, I wanted to put a lot more video in it, but the freshness date was running out. I wanted to make sure that I gave you a clear view of my version of the story, and I really didn't watch any other reviews. I stayed away from everything for 3 days. Guys, how long from the live stream till the time that I was able to get that review out? I started over focusing on it. I didn't just throw out it after the live stream got crashed and wrecked up by the bots. It was for people like RRTNZ who's shown so much confidence in me every month that I made sure that at least, even though it's not a full-on video essay, you have an enjoyable, informative upload for Falcon, Sam Wilson Falcon Man. So check it out, guys. It's pretty good. It's doing all right too, and I thank you who've watched it. And, I thank RRTNZ. Man, thank you, my brother. You missed our joke earlier. I think we should play it again before the end of the show. But let's see. Admiral, watch 2 Bakula show rewatches a week. This and the Quantum Leap rewatch, Price of Reason. Are you familiar with Price? I know Price of Reason. Yes, I know who Price of Reason is. I like Price of Reason's takes, and I think they're cool when I see them around, and they're very friendly to me when I interact with them. So I have a lot of good things to say about Price of Reason. I like them. So yes, I do know of the great Price of Reason.
Could you put up Mark Harkness's last post up there, right above our RTNZ's super chat?
Did you forgot to say sir?
Sir, yes.
JT came to me and said, Sir, could you put up Mark Harkness's last chat? But I want to thank the Dead Man first. I mean, thank you, the Dead Man, so much for that chat. And let's see if I can find Mark's chat while I give the Dead Man his moment there. All right, a ragtag fugitive fleet. Wait, hold on.
Fleeing a ragtag fugitive fleet, fleeing the Kurtzman tyranny, searching for a shining planet known as Earth. Bum, 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 bum.
That, I've said that the Voyager theme song has powered me through some of the bad wonky openings and made me able to enjoy a lot of episodes of Voyager that weren't as good as Deep Space Nine episodes because the theme is so good. Battlestar Galactica, it carries through to almost the end of the show. It's like the show's almost over when you're like, didn't make much sense at all.
Thank you, Mark. I liked that. Thank you.
Thank all of you. This is our Star Trek show. We're gonna be here for a little while longer. We don't have a hard exit date, and you know what? It's been we have gone quite a while since we roundtabled anything on this one. But I guess what happens is Admiral Teague has to give his takes first, and this episode. What can I say? This episode was it was the most mercurial of all things, a bad Star Trek episode that was neither funny nor fun. It was kind of a little bit weird, dumb. These Klingons were so dishonorable that we needed, their ship needed to be painted yellow and be like the short bird of prey. I mean, these Klingons needed hockey helmets. They were the dumbest Klingons in the world. This is did they break out of Klingon special ed? They are the worst Klingons in the world. Left back. I don't even want to give this episode a grade. Before I actually am nailed down to a grade, I'm going to appeal to my fellow panelists. Am I allowed to give this an incomplete? It doesn't get it done.
Well,
I feel offended a little bit. There was a couple of quick fixes that weren't tried. Here's the thing. I can't give it a totally terrible grade because of this. Their set was good. They went to a planet, they explored, they made contact with another race. It's just they weren't the greatest. So this episode's goals were correct. This was another species. They just weren't the coolest looking ones. And we ran into some of the same old enemies. Damn it, if it had been the fucking Suliban.
Did they explain why, like, okay, obviously these people are mining deuterium for somebody else other than the Klingons. Did they explain why the people that are buying it from them can't help protect them?
No, here's the thing. They only have... the other people they're selling it to?
Yeah, I mean, obviously these people have, were brought there by somebody and they're selling deuterium to other people.
I think my best take would be, from what we have to go on, is that the people who are buying the deuterium are from their home planet, but it's a really long journey and there's no way they're going to send military assets to help them.
Okay.
To which I say, would you please pull us off this planet?
Right.
It's
sucks
not like
here.
they're making any money. It's not a great place to raise children and have a family.
Your family's going to get deleted.
Elements.
Your kid's growing up an orphan.
Yeah.
You have a geodesic home. Come on now. You're being very unfair. The people on Earth, too, did just as well.
Yes.
And Dave,
I love
good
Reverend
to see my man.
Fred's comment. You're about to get to it. It's great.
Do me a favor, Dave C. Check out the upload for Captain America Falcon Man and tell me what you think of the 15-minute upload I did for that, which I guess covers all the movie. But that movie is so stupid that, after seeing that movie the other day and like paying money for it, I realized that I paid like $18.88 for that movie, and this was only part of my $7.99 Paramount subscription, and it was a great investment of $7.99. So, like, I'm saying things like, when we were on the bridge, man, did you notice that cool atmospheric sound of the operations of the bridge? And when we went to, the planet, it was like we actually were outdoors. It wasn't a sound stage, and we didn't have a lot of music in this episode, and I don't think any of it was really original, but the music was good enough. The music that we had written, it was versatile. We had made allowances for an episode this bad. It's just we didn't take how bad it was seriously enough. The only thing we did was we decided we would really, really crank up the looks of our hot chick. Buddy says, these Klingons are the bullies that run off when the nerdy kid punches back. Real ones would have went scorched earth on them. Yeah! When you tried to burn the Klingons, like, it's like Worf Roshenko, who's like been raised human, would have been like, ha! And he would have jumped through the flames no matter what it did to him, because he wouldn't have minded having those scars. It's like, you look like a melted Klingon. It's like, unlike the other Klingorks in this continuity in the Kurtzman verse, I was burned with honor in battle. You know what I mean? It's like Worf would have laughed at that fire. None of these Klingons would have been afraid of the pain. They would have been seeking this. It's like, finally they grew a spine. There'll be some honor in oppressing them for a change. Nothing from these Klingons to make them Klingonish. But because the music was good, the episode was lighthearted enough until it got too full of itself, because we showed Trip being avuncular and showed positive masculine qualities where he had an ability to do some parenting, because that was a relief. And I realized that this wouldn't have been how I felt back in 2002. C-. It's not Fortunate Son, so it can't be an F.
Wait, Fortunate Son was better than this?
I'm sorry, D-. Yeah. Now, Fortunate Son, I think, got all Fs too.
Fortunate Son had a good plot, though. Like, it was just the acting.
Everything sucked in it, though. Yeah. Except the Zero-G football game, we were like, that's cool. We'd do that too. But that's the only time I felt like I related to them. And you know what? Comms are looking very good. That signal at the edge of the solar system, I believe it's 2 AU. Isn't it a full AU across, Mr. Carter?
I think so.
Wow. We should probably look into that. Someone like, I think it was someone like a NASA enthusiast posted the plaque that's on the side of the Voyager thing today on X, and if you know what this is, you can be friends, one of those kind of posts. So I just answered it with like the Enterprise approaching the V'ger cloud, and like as I was about to like tap out, I noticed the other, like, there was like 6 answers and 5 of them were like V'ger related. Someone found a better V'ger gift than me. I'm like, they showed me up. I have to go to their house and kick their ass now. So I'll be going to Bangladesh next week, guys. The GoFundMe starts. This guy showed me up. I got to go kick his ass. I'm from Queens. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm also, you know what I'm not doing, guys? I'm not yet. Like, it'll be a long time from now before I do any of this stuff. I'm not writing a novel. Okay, if I do, like, we'll have storytelling night on fucking Saving Star Trek. That'll be the night I get drunk. I'm not making a comic book. JT, isn't that a great idea not to do?
That would be a great idea not to do if you have no intention of finishing it and giving people a real product. Yes, I agree.
The one thing I did notice about most comic books on YouTube is that I'm like, I'm 0 for 3 in comic books I invested in, honestly.
Yeah.
I rarely see them come into fruition.
Heard there's a great one in New Zealand.
Diligence. Go ahead. No. Why was Taylor Swift on board that Raptor class? She was trying to, because she was never ever getting back together with Mayweather. Because he had changed his outlook on women after dating her. And now we understand why he had pride. It was in the name of love or lack of love, whatever. It's like, Captain, after being where Ed Sheeran has been, I'm only interested in sitting in the sweet spot and waiting for the medication to take effect. You'll be okay, Pride Weather. What's that, sir? I mean, you'll be okay, Mayweather. Don't worry about it. And that's how he became Mr. Gayweather. His short relationship with Taylor Swift. These Klingons went home and were called to stand before Kang's father, who gutted the commander and his exo on the spot and reassigned others to sweep up targ droppings. Can they go back? They have done such a shit job. They have some deuterium, though. Some reason that they wanted it, other than that they were bad because they were evil, might have been good. It was just, couldn't they have had 5 minutes with the Klingons could have fixed a lot of these problems if they had a goal in doing it, if they were just like, how about a conversation where they admit that what they're doing is honorless, but no one will ever know about it back in the Empire, and they're Ronin, like we said, they're Marauders. They just want their honor back. There's like a Han Solo kind of price on their heads. Give them some sort of redemptive reason and let's not have them deleting children. I mean, they fucking suck. This episode's a D-. I don't want to give it an F because I really liked Rock Ridge. I didn't like the whole plan where they move it to the other side of the fucking mountain or whatever, but I liked their town. It did look real enough. It looked like an operational facility. It looked lived in. It looked as real as the facility in, Road Warrior 2, Mad Max. That one looked like, a real functioning, I mean, I know deuterium, whatever, but it looked like a real mining facility or a real, I mean, did it look a little too Tatooine? Yes, but it was believable. It had good,
At least there were some bushes there,
Yeah, and we had some good sets. We had way too Tatooine of a conversation with that kid. Was that a nod to Star Wars? Because I know that was a friendly competition for a long time. There was no real rivalry for a long time. I mean, everyone wanted to make more money than the other people. I think everyone wanted to be friends with the other people, right? But they also wanted to outdo them. Like, it wasn't like these were different kinds of writers than we have today. And today there's no rivalry because it's all the same talentless writers. But back then we had like a large pool of very well read, very well lived writers. Like, these writers didn't do the best job on this episode, but it's not like some of the things I saw like with the Adventures of Sam Wilson, Falcon Man. He had it was like written by people who'd never met a black person in their life. And then I looked at the director and his name was like Jonas Oniaya, and he was born in Nigeria, but I guess he missed like high school in America. He had no idea what it was like to just be an American and be black.
Wait, are you talking with this episode?
No, I'm saying compared to something like that, this episode, I can't hold it in contempt because I saw that movie this week. I saw Captain America 4 or, Captain America Falcon Man. And after seeing something that bad, this was like so much better than that movie. Like, it didn't work and the Klingons weren't great, but like their town was okay, bar mats and all. You know, honestly, their town was okay, bar mats and all. It was still fun. It was a good shoot 'em up episode. If they'd committed, there was a good story inside this. People kept saying the Magnificent Seven, and I would wonder, Sean, compare this episode to the Magnificent Seven and see what Grok says.
Oh God, it's been so long since I've seen that, but I totally get it.
Well, in the Magnificent Seven, they are kind of the Marauders. They're like questionable guys, but you know, they seem to like be willing to go for this money that's going to help them protect this town from this bunch of pistoleros, let's call them. I don't want to get in trouble. Down in like the edge of Mexico, right? And the deal is, while they're there, they rediscover a sense of honor because they find out maybe there is no money, or the only happiness there is to maybe join the farmers, you know? And so, like, a lot of them have nothing left to live for. A lot of them have just a lot of ornery distaste for the way that people are being bullied. The bullying really gets them, and then they stage, like, not really a last stand, but a successful but very, very costly for everybody fight against Eli Wallach, head bandito of the gang. And it's a good movie. Like, they're unambiguously like Han Solo. It's 7 Han Solos, and just it couldn't have been better. What's weird is the leader has like Lando characteristics. Yul Brynner is a bit of like a white Lando Calrissian.
Lando?
Yeah.
Someone
Someone made a comment earlier.
I would give
Lando's
away the
system.
Lando's not a system, a man.
Yeah, there you go.
Someone made a comment earlier about this being like the Magnificent Seven, didn't they? Or like right when we started.
A few people made the mention of it, and it is like the plot is the same in the way that the only difference is this would be as though federal marshals showed up to stop it because, you know, and they like exceeded their authority by going into Mexico. It's the only way I could think of it because they are a little bit of a legitimate authority. That's why I was like sort of singing the Blazing Saddle song before. And, you know, it's because he does have the magnificent Ferengi at least at Iggy Pop.
So, someone said that they were on a very short. The bird of prey was a short bird of prey. I asked.
I said that.
Oh, that was you. I asked Grok to generate an image of what it would look like. That's their.
Nice.
Short Klingon bird of prey. We'd have to say slow Klingons.
Yeah, it's a short white bus. They're just missing the little triangle flag on the top.
It's got the safety yellow up the side, so you can be careful. Yeah. You know, it's like that stays on even when the cloaking device gets turned on. I love how the face is Klingon-like, though. The ridges of a warrior.
I know, it's crazy, but it what it comes up with is just
the magnificent. Oh my God, the Magnificent Seven Ferengi also has a zombie Vorta. It's a really fun episode. Dun, 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 dun. You know, I remember watching that episode with my uncle as a kid, and it was the same uncle who explained Star Trek to me. It's like, why does the ship talk to him? It's like, it's a computer. It's like, what's a computer? And it's like, rolls his eyes like, I'll tell you after the show. And like an hour and a half later, it's like, I kind of like a little bit understood. And it's like, how come it has a voice? It's like, they can generate its own voice. And like, he basically, the term didn't exist yet, but he explained to me what an AI kind of was. And it's like, so forward looking, like, that's like, the show's from 1966, and I think if we Google today, if someone Googles Star Trek TOS and the date that was that's still going on for the next few minutes until midnight, to February 15th, I think we're overrunning, or this week we overran a classic first season TOS episode, maybe one of the really big ones. I saw that there was a TOS episode anniversary this week, and it was a big one, and I think it was season 1. Magnificent Seven is a great movie. That's a good example of how music can really make a movie even better. Look at Chips, man. I'm seeing him on the other feed. It's great. Anyway, I'm gonna close the I'm gonna close up the Cosme Theater. Hopefully it worked out there. I'll talk to you about it. DM me, and you know, see if you can't watch a YouTube tutorial. If there's one that they're all like under 10 minutes, it's very much worth it because like a lot of people use it to give away free content. It's great for watch parties. But if you can't, I mean, hey, you can hang out with us, and we're pretty descriptive and we're fun guys. I mean, darn it, we're good enough and we're funny enough, and we are saving Star Trek. Guys,
I'm smart enough, and
good
doggone it,
enough.
people like me.
People like me.
Wasn't that Jack Handy, old SNL, like when SNL was good? Daily affirmations with Jack
I
Handy.
think it was no, that's Stuart. I think Stuart Smalley said that stuff. Daily affirmations with Jack Handy was always really strange. It was just like a really strange thing, like that was like left you like, huh? And then like maybe sometimes 2 days later you'd be like, oh wait, I get it.
It was deep thoughts with Jack Handy. That's what it was.
Yeah, because what you said, that was Stuart Smalley's mantra when you look in the mirror, and it's like, I'm smart enough, and it's like that's like it was stolen from a Woody Allen movie where Woody Allen looks in the mirror and he's like, it's like Play It Again, Sam, when he's talking to the Bogart ghost. He's like, I was thinking, I could have as much success as you did, Bogart. I'm short enough and ugly enough and stupid enough. That's like, all right. Yeah, some of those movies, man. But yeah, Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy was some funny stuff. I've been thinking I might be trying to close my Star Trek knowledge gap by, I don't know if I'm going to do a watch party, but like I'm thinking like, if I can on Friday nights, Deep Space 9:30, like I'll watch the episode and then I'll go on, I'll talk about that, and then whatever else comes up and hang out for a while. Because I think Tuesdays are now going to be weird news. Weird News Tuesdays seems to be fun. And by the way, I have been frustrated and angry at the end of some of my shows. And then the rewatches, holy smoke, like people really either go back and rewatch it and catch the end of it, or like the worldwide audience really does kick in. It's like, I couldn't control the fact that Star Trek is pretty worldwide, or the fact that YouTube chose to make us their advertisement in Asia or something for a while because this crazy shit happened, and I got on the chat with them and they're like, oh, congratulations, your channel is Google's advertisement for like YouTube and like in like Asia and New Zealand and Australia. And I'm like, cool, I guess. All right. And I'm like, and they're like, yeah, you'll notice in the superscript you signed. It's like, yeah, I see where this is going. Okay, thank you. But like, yeah, I signed away my rights not to be their advertisement. But those people do watch this Star Trek uploads, and I make the uploads to engage with them. And for all of you who might miss one of the better episodes, but also to sort of seize the conversation on these good episodes. One of the things I really dislike, and that what might be coming back, is transforming Trek culture. I have fucking had it with their damning with faint praise, top 10 lists of like crazy Star Trek captains. And number 1, James T. Kirk, and James T. Kirk from like one of the 2 Kirk episodes where he's like the worst captain twice over in the same episodes. Right. It's always a bad faith list. The number 10 worst captain, like they pretend Mikey Spock, like she made a mistake, and like in the episode it benefited them, but like, oh, she was a bad captain too. You should watch this episode to see. Like she's human like you. And then like the next 9 are like Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and regular Trek. I have had it with their bad faith lists, and I have had it with Sean Ferrick, and I have found a channel that has been very hard to watch that Sean told me about. And Sean, I am not really ready to forgive you for telling me about Jesse Gender.
Wait, me or another?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? You motherfucker, you!
How dare you?
Yeah.
What are Jesse Gender's pronouns? Let's just call them Jesse Gender.
Can we put them on a Dabo wheel and spin?
Them on a Dabo wheel and spin. You know what? I needed some very hot rock Vegeta to handle that podcast, and I got news for you. Jessie Gender is Access Media because she's friends with and talks to the Trek culture people. So, like, you know what? She's just an extension of them. These are the kind of YouTubers I'm okay with fighting, by the way, guys. Like, I have absolutely no problem fighting Trek culture. I have no problem fighting with Jesse Gender. I have no problem going at it with the people who write for CBR. I have no problem with going after them. It's the other smaller Star Trek YouTubers who try to make their headway. I don't want to go after them or counter-stream them. That said, if I can't find my audience on Tuesdays and Thursdays, some time experimentation is going to start happening, and I might start showing up on Fridays. We're going to figure this out, and we're going to get it done. But Tuesday, Deep Space Nine with Jacob Ironside should be fun. It was the episode where Odo adopts a Jem'Hadar.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you're doing Deep Space Nine now, what are we going to do in 45 years when we get to DS9?
Well, no, I mean, Deep Space 930 is just like, it's not a watch party. It's a discussion with just me. It's like, I watched this Deep Space Nine episode because I have to close the Deep Space Nine knowledge gap, and I also have to hang out with the Admiral Teague community.
Oh, okay.
How dare you?
Who's that? I almost spit my soda on my Blue Yeti. I almost hot-tooed my soda all over my microphone and my monitor. I had to turn my head to the side. I'll clean that up later.
Yeah. I'm gonna come.
Wait, hey,
Oh. Yeah, Deadman. Deadman had a super chat in there, Admiral.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. Did I miss that? I'm sorry.
No,
Wow,
just
Dead
popped
Man.
in. Yeah.
Thank you for your generosity. You have been really generous. That's like 3 tonight or 4. Trek culture is the worst. CBS shills. Yeah, we were trying to figure them out, and what happened was I was zoomed in on one of their things to do like a screenshot because I was making something, and that's when we could see the CBS media stuff was there. It's really tiny, but they're like, what I love is I always knew it was bullshit, but now it's like verified bullshit because I guess they were made to disclose more stuff too because it was never there before. But Alex Kurtzman, when they talked to him, like, can you tell us about the next episode of Star Trek Discovery? And I'm like, my grandmother's from Ireland. This freaking leprechaun, pixie dusting fucking asshole, fucking jerk off.
Does he talk with an accent?
Yeah, it's magically delicious accent too. It's like it's hard to believe it's a real Irish accent. No, not Kurtzman. Sean Ferrick from Trek Culture. I tried to be friends with him, and I don't mean friends. I mean, like, he's like leads with gender identity politics, and he's blamed both sides in the war in the Middle East. He blamed both sides. First, he said the people who did, there was a questionable incident where they didn't know what was going on. He blamed one side, saying that all of them were like really horrible and subhuman and horrible, stuff like that, like the worst people in the world, the barely people, stuff like that, really terrible things. Then it was revealed that maybe they were wrong and it might have been the other side that did it. So then he condemned them as the worst people of the world and said that they were horrible people and like maybe not even people at all in an othering and despicable kind of way. And I've said to him, you know, and by the way, I've been doing this for a while now. I've been on the Final Frontier beat. You know, this ain't my first time around the fucking block. I'm not a rookie Star Trek, reviewer anymore or rookie reviewer of anything. So Sean Farrack and I've been talking to this guy since I've had monetized Twitter. And I said, I was just like, I followed him through his weight loss journey, and I've listened to him complain about his problems with his boyfriend and his other stuff, because Sean Farrack, of course, he has to tell you all about that. And after he condemned both sides in an 8,000-year-old conflict and said things that like othered all people from each other and that like really dehumanized both sides, including the victims, and like honestly, everyone's a victim there now. It's an ongoing tragedy of humanity. We can only hope that there'll be peace there before we all shuffle off this mortal coil. And I said to him, Sean, what has this got to do with Star Trek? And he called me, he said I was homophobic. And he said yeah, it was the first thing he said. And I said to him, you just condemned the two oldest groups of people known to the world, as far as I can tell, and said that they didn't deserve like the land that they lived on, and like as far as I can tell, no one should live there. So what has it got to do with Star Trek? And why do you think you should opinionate on it as a Star Trek pundit? Do you think that lens any gravitas to what's going on? Do you think anybody needs to hear from you or me, for that matter, about this terrible, terrible human tragedy? You're a Star Trek reporter. How about you distract us with some Star Trek, or for God's sake, shut the fuck up? And, you know, when I sent it, it just came back, Sean Farrick has blocked you. So fuck you. Yeah, you thin-skinned piece of shit. You're a disgrace to the Irish. You know, on this channel, we have polls. And polls, they're a lot like cigarettes from England.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they're a lot like Germans, but hey.
No, polls are a lot like the cigarettes in England. You can smoke them.
How dare you call me homophobic? You have no idea how many got. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I got so fucked up one night in my dorm room that I really wanted those Yankee tickets.
There's a reason now why you have mechanical.
Game 7.
No, but seriously, you can tell. Like, how do you know?
RTNZ.
Oh, hey.
I'm gonna like that. RTNZ says Chuck Norris's toxic masculinity can poison. Oh, can Chuck Norris punch someone so hard that only Chuck Norris could stop their momentum?
Yeah, that's like if Chuck Norris got in a fight with his own clone, they would both win.
Yeah,
there's an episode of Star Trek about that called The Alternative Factor.
God, Lazarus.
Chuck Norris Chuck, if Chuck Norris could Chuck Norris.
You know what? We can improve that episode if we call him Laz Norris.
Laz Norris?
Laz Norris?
Never in the history of science fiction has someone fallen off a mountain so many times and survived.
Chuck Norris would have the mountain just would have run away from him. I mean, Chuck Norris sometimes finds himself in free fall in the vicinity of a mountain because the Earth is sometimes afraid of him and rejects him, and he goes flying through the air. And when he lands, it's bad news for the patch of Earth that he lands on. So you can see why every once in a while the Earth will reject Chuck Norris. But yeah, he's fallen off many of a mountain and been fine. RTN said, thank you so much. Dave C says that one time at Barrett Camp, yeah, right? Admiral Teague just needed a few drinks that night. Do I just talk about, like, and say straight up that there's a bar up the street from Yankee Stadium where I once went to get something along the lines of, 5-hour energy drink, but, like, also, like, had a lot of things in common with Johnson & Johnson baby powder. But Derek Jeter was still playing. I mean, this was a long time ago, so, don't judge me. But, yeah, like, I've done some crazy things up by Yankee Stadium, but not that. But, yeah, you know what? Get Stadium Pizza. Have fun there. Good place. With the price of beer at a baseball game these days, you have to pregame. Sean, is there a place near Dodger Stadium where people can go and drink, or is it like Citi Field where it just doesn't have much of a baseball neighborhood around it?
Yeah, it's surrounded by residential. There's nowhere nearby to get anything.
Nothing like the baseball games in New York. Citi Field is in Queens, but there's not a whole lot around it unless you know where you're looking. Finally, fortunately I do. Yankee Stadium, there's a really cool area outside the baseball neighborhood. It's where they filmed The Warriors.
Bang, bang.
Yeah. No, I go there, I buy a 6-pack, and I go and I drink beer where Cyrus tells the people, can you dig it? Like, it's all right there by Yankee Stadium, and then I walk back to the stadium and see the game.
Okay, never mind. I got you.
I know where your wires got crossed. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
That facial hair ain't coming back from the dead. Are we talking about the Klingons? Or are we talking about
Chuck Norris, maybe? I don't know.
Chuck Norris. I don't know. Oh, wait, no, Lazarus.
Oh.
Lazarus had that bad one version of Lazarus had worse fake facial hair than the other. Were they trying to riff on Don Quixote in that one? I think the next episode is a little better than this one. I think we finally get out of the woods in the next one. I can't remember what it is. We're going to go through a little patch of not so great Enterprise. So what we've been doing is we kind of have cranked up our version of entertainment. Tonight you got the Love Boat. Guys, I feel like since copyright is broken, do we give everybody the Love Boat one more time? The Star Trek Love Boat?
Sure.
Let's do
we never played Hoshi. We didn't get to see our Hoshi this week.
You know what, guys? You've been so generous. You deserve to see our beautiful Star Trek goddess. Here she is.
No.
Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen, and she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
Ooh, yeah.
I can never thank you enough for that, Sean. And I've said this a few times. The editing, when she does that little click click with her tongue, it's like the nonverbal communication she does on this show. So it's like, I can't believe she did that for us. Or like, did she even realize that that was something we enjoyed? Did she go like watch our show for a minute and see that? Because it's exactly what I would have asked for. And I answered her back with the communicator chirp.
I don't know. It could be.
Let's just say I've begun an ongoing conversation with Linda Park. Linda, are you single these days? You look great. You still look great.
She was so nice the way she did that. Like it was everything I asked her to.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
like it was the next day. It was in my inbox. Like fast.
Wow.
She did it fast.
Wow.
I hope it's not because her career isn't going well. I really hope that she's working a lot. I think she's a really talented actress. And I think that if you look how great she was that young, I mean, her ability to, like I've said this over and over, the way she gets across these alien languages and breaks through to these other species, it's always amazing. And I always have a great time watching her. And I think that she's one of the best things about this show. And guys, 20 likes. Anybody out there not hit that like button yet? Give it a shot. I wonder how our poll is going. We gave our grades, but what has our pals in the audience got to say? And guys, thank you so much for these generous super chats. It's just been really, you guys are so generous. I can't thank you enough. It's really the generosity of fans like you. It overcomes things like the bot swarm. It's a little embarrassing that they cored like 300 or 400 views out of my ass, and the only views you see on there are the ones that I got after the watch party ended. And the watch party's not that watchable because once the bots came, it basically engaged all the subs in an angry, defiant stand, and no one wanted to back off from the fight. And how do you say that? How do you say no when that happens? Everybody's been frustrated by the people that we are pretty sure control these bots that have menaced us over and over throughout our history. And I think the reason that we get menaced by the bots, gentlemen, offered for your consideration and offered for the consideration of our audience to think about while I go ahead and look at the poll in a moment after I acknowledge everybody who's been so generous to us tonight. And when we have these bot storms that are analytic killing, the fans of the Star Trek part of this channel have bailed it out consistently. And when it comes to the views being wiped away, the fans of Yellowstone have put me way over the top. Guys, the Yellowstone watch parties are coming up. I gotta say, inside of every Star Trek fan, we have found a Yellowstone fan waiting to come out. Yellowstone is a really not the prime show. I'm not a lore expert in that one yet because it spoils the other shows a lot. There's a lot of stuff that's predetermined, but like the other shows were predetermined by like all the stories that were told by the Yellowstone people about their forebears who came there. So to go watch it before 1923 concludes would be just like a waste because 1923 is just days away at this point. I think it's February 23rd. We're going to watch party that one too. And it's going to be, a great experience. I hope that the Star Trek fans will check out the Yellowstone watch parties. A lot of the Star Trek fans who came to the Yellowstone watch parties for 1883 and 1923, I think it was Radioactive who came up with it. He started calling it Star Trek 1883. because it had the same like kind of meta to this show. It's like they're explorers, they're pretty tough, they're going to try to use their brains first, but if they had to, a two-fisted adventure was going to ensue. It was always fun, and like that wagon train to the stars thing, you know, it still is true. And if you give people a wagon train to the stars, they're going to take it. Winter Park makes my life hard every time I see her. I don't think she just makes your life hard. But yeah, you know what? In a literary sense, she straightens out everyone's Longfellow. She's so beautiful. She's so nice. I hope she doesn't mind us joking around a little bit in like a fourth grade way.
Yeah,
I think
I'm afraid like she's gonna like, hey, I wonder what. Oh my god!
you know what? The chat is a little bit. I think that Linda Park is a grown woman who's been around, and I think she's probably a blast, and I think she probably would do shots with people in a bar in like a normal situation. I think she's probably a blast at a con, and I've never heard anything bad about her. And when she said, "I love that the show's getting a new life in streaming," I think that is an indication that she's been made aware, probably by the people who make the bad Trek, that Enterprise and Deep Space Nine are probably leading the streaming, because I'm going to guess that the Picard show really nerfed the interest in TNG, because I don't want to watch it anymore. Yeah. Do you?
Well,
I mean,
I'm sure
when it's on, it's great still, but I don't look.
It's like Mexican Iron Man said on Doomcock stream the other day when we were talking about this show. He said
he had a visceral reaction to the show when you mentioned it. He looked right up and emphatically weighed in on it. And Sean, I'm not gonna get you in the middle of this one. Mexican Iron Man, if you're within the sound of my voice, you're absolutely invited to come on our show anytime that you want to watch Enterprise with us. You seem to be tuned right into why the show is great, and you seem to have enthusiasm for it. And also to the great Doomcock, you know, we yielded to all the criticisms and things that you said, like in the first week of the show. So, you know, it's been pretty much addressed, but all valid points. Doomcock was right. I will say this though, Doomcock, with this show, you say, you know, without respect, we reject. I would say the inverse must be true of Star Trek Enterprise. So, although it is flawed and imperfect, it tries pretty hard almost all the time to respect the past. We don't get anything that's as meaningless as a member berry more than maybe once. And also, you know, it wipes away all the TNG movies if you wanted to. So give the show another chance and forget about those logical plot holes that they're there. But this is much better Star Trek than we've seen since.
Yeah.
And it's real Star Trek.
That's what Mike would pointed out. That even as flawed, it's amazingly, it's very much so Star Trek. And you said something that was poignant right there, where you said that it doesn't dangle the member berries, when it could have done that all the time, given that it's a prequel show, it's pretty close to it. There's a couple little member berries, but they really tried to get a new direction, with the exception of some Romulan and Klingon stuff. They tried to forge Klingons, a new history for the Vulcans that we didn't know. They tried to show the Klingons a little bit different. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like they're Viking Klingons. So they really did go out of their way to not dangle member berries or keychains in front of us. And they if they were to try to make that today, that's all we get.
We got nothing but shiny objects for them. RTNZ with a generous $5 New Zealand super chat says, if you watch Yellowstone as if Jimmy is the main character, then it's an uplifting story of redemption and personal growth. As it is, not so much. The story's not over. Great news. You're right about that, by the way. Here's what happened. The show was working out like gangbusters, and it revived Kevin Costner's career. Kevin Costner, interesting guy. Best role, The Big Chill, because he was already dead, and all he did was lay in a coffin for the whole movie. He's strange. He could show up during an explosion of an oil rig with some kind of weird boat that's going to suck the oil out of the ocean, or he could show up with a weird movie that's going to grease its way out of theaters in just hours, because it's like, that movie was canceled before the end of its runtime. It was like a 6-hour movie that 3 hours into it, they're like, your movie has made no money. It's like, actually, people have left the movie theater and asked for their money back. Like, we lost money on this movie. That movie failed so bad. He made so many problems for the Yellowstone people, demanding that he make it in his own way and in his own, schedule. And it's so, Kevin Costner's director, always so pedantic and long, and he started to really get into the point where he and Taylor Sheridan pretty much, in my opinion, hate each other. And so what happened was Taylor Sheridan was, hey, OB2, I got something to say to you in a moment. He was so very, very sick of Kevin Costner that I think he gave him an undeservedly, like, ignominious end, and he doesn't want him around anymore. And the show becomes The Madison, which was going to be called 2024. And holy smoke, thank you right here with the Dead Man with a generous $4.99 United States super chat. Said, okay, Admiral, these beers aren't going to drink themselves. Live long and prosper. I'm out. You know what? Enjoy those Romulan ales. They're not to be served at ship functions. And the Dead Man, it's been a real honor to have you with us. And thank you so much for the generous chats. You really are a great supporter and friend of the show. And you know what? Like, if you want to come on one day during the week and hang out, it would be great to have you on the talk show. And everybody should watch the talk show during the week. Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7:30, damn it. Watch my talk show, or I'll show up at other times and wreck up other people's YouTube careers.
Yeah, and for those of you who have just been hanging out with us this long, thanks to you as well. The chat has been on fire. You guys are all engaging, and that helps the channel too. So, all the types of engagement, likes, chat, comments, interaction, that all helps, and it makes it a lot of fun to be here.
You know what? I really look forward to this every week. I'm going to tell you guys a little secret. When I was younger, from like high school through college, and then even beyond, when I got to be sort of proficient and take it very seriously, I used to be in a punk band that later was good enough to be an actual like rock band with punk overtones. Like, we got good enough, and maybe even a little country sound to it. And I used to look forward to those gigs and playing out, and this is like the same feeling. I look forward to these performances, these streams, the same way I looked forward to my rock and roll shows when I did music. And that was like direct audience feedback. And the only difference between this and that, ladies, if you're out there, I apologize for this crash, is that used to get me laid, and this is just making sure that I'm never ever going to get laid again. Because every time I talk to a lady, and believe it or not, it still happens once in a while, because even though I was on Earth 200 years ago,
I was
even though I'm pretty old, every once in a while, you know what I mean? It's like I was, my cryo tube was well sealed. It happens once in a while. It's like, so what are you doing on Saturday? You want to hang out? And it's like, I would love to hang out with you. Could I meet you around 1? And it's like, do you just want to do me? It's like, no, actually, I have a Star Trek talk show. It's like, oh, fuck you. One day I'm gonna say that to a woman, and she's gonna pull back like her shirt, and she's gonna have the Klingon bird of prey or something and see if she's gonna put out her hand. It's gonna say 1701 on her knuckles, and she's gonna be probably marry me.
I actually lost an opportunity because a friend. I was talking to this girl, and things were about to go somewhere, and my friend came up to me with this evil look on his face. I'm like, "Oh, you asshole!" He started talking about Trek.
Oh no!
And she let it go for 3 minutes. She goes, "I need to leave," and she walked away.
At least talk about the Rolling Stones.
Later on, she told me what I was going to get had he not come. I'm like, you. She told me, yeah, things would have happened basically if he hadn't shown up.
Guys, everybody seems to be getting the idea. All right, so
I got him back big time.
OB2, by the way, he just said he's accurate there. You just described Social Distortion's range of music. I love Social Distortion. Yeah. I would say this, though. We got good enough that once in a while we were almost as good as Bad Religion. And let's read his take. It says, greetings. I got to say, I disagree with a lot of Doomcock's opinions. Enterprise, fresh new look at Trek we enjoy. Hey, you're listening to him. You're having a discussion. I'd say this: Doomcock welcomes the disagreement as long as it's in good faith and a good conversation. Mm-hmm. The one thing that continues to shock me, and Enterprise was just a little more of the same because his meta comments about it were things that we all shared and agreed with, but Doomcock and I, there seems to be very little daylight between how we feel about Star Trek. randomly Star Trek V came up when I was on the show, and I was just like, well, I like the idea that it's a dream. And he's like, it absolutely is a dream. And I was like, I got called out and called an idiot for that. He's like, that person's absolutely wrong. It is a dream. And we had this great conversation about it. It's just like, that's, you know, there's something to be said about the great Star Trek conversation, and we might not have the greatest episode every week, but we give it to you here. And in 39 years, when we run out of Star Trek episodes and it's just a talk show, it's still going to be great because we're going to be fantastic hosts by then. It'll be like a Jedi Council meeting. Like I'll be like a hologram. It'll be like Teague died years ago from like eating all that processed food. Like, Sean and JT will be there. Like maybe one of them will be a cyborg. I don't know, but you know, we will be here and we will never back down off Star Trek. But I want to thank Obi-2 Wrath of Kenobi, who earns his second battle ribbon and is just like master of the soldiers. He is just the first guy in there, like Obi-Wan Kenobi in Attack of the Clones, the best part of a bad movie. When we get attacked by all those bots and drones, we get the only good part of a bad movie. A part of a bad movie that's so good, it feels like Star Wars for that 20 minutes, and it just almost makes up for everything else. When they play the Separatist theme song, and all the Jedi are fighting the battle droids, and there's like 3 layers of battle droids in the ring. When we get bot swarmed and all you guys go out there and start taking those wrenches and telling those bots what's for, I could not be prouder of you. And Obi-2 Wrath of Kenobi for the second time had like the most bots destroyed, was just going after them, zapping them one after another. What title do you want, my friend? The Blade Runner? Master of bots? I mean, you are military tactical mod. You are tactical mod, man. You are king of blasting people, and you have never made a bad call that I could think of. And I thank you so much for your survey. Oh boy, that bullshit. I don't think it's Paramount anymore. I think what happened is it was overlapping. I think the lurking was Paramount, and I think the AI was Disney. Opinion, Mr. Kirk? Opinion, Mr. Carter? I think that it's possible. Now, you know this in Michigan. You can have 2 snowstorms, one on top of the other.
Well, this is true.
I think that the lurker bots were the non-effective, but the lurker bots are the more effective ones because they mess up your analytic and they embarrass you. We would have 650 fucking views. Sorry, I get passionate about that.
I think the only way you'll know for sure is if you send Michelle Yao over there and have her do some choreographed karate.
Oh God!
After seeing that last fight scene,
she was so horrible. She couldn't lift her foot off the ground anymore.
And now it's the idea is like she was like when we saw in the Bond movies, like she's so sexy and she could do all these great moves, and now it's like, wow, Grandma would be really hurt if she even tried to get something off a top shelf.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, and the way they dress her in that weird, like, Matrix dominatrix outfit, and the hot chick who's the Deltan, who's actually like not good looking at all, and it's like in the world of Alex Kurtzman, being dressed trampy means that you're beautiful. It's like, I hate his vision of Star Trek. Do not bother tweeting this man; he doesn't care. But now that we know that Trek Culture and Jesse Gender are Star Trek CBS Access people, we have to be really careful fucking with them, but fuck with them we will. Maybe more on X than we do here, but you know what? Jesse Gender, fuck your stupid Star Trek takes where you talk about how the new Star Trek is good. You are nothing but a shill. You are being paid to say a bunch of lies. I'm calling you out. I don't know. Listen, I don't know what your pronouns are, and I don't dispute your right to live the way you want. You're an adult, and you exist, and you're visible. To which point I say, you are so visible that no matter what your pronouns are, there are multiplicable versions of people just like you in every episode of Star Trek Discovery, unless your pronouns are he, him. Then there's only a few. I'm being honest.
And they're in the back. And they're in the back, like, with a bucket and a mop.
And they, what's with their transporter chief? He's like a pipe cleaner fucking man. The most effeminate goddamn man I've ever fucking seen in my life. You know what? I used to be such a sweet person before I got to YouTube. I used to have a lot of illusions in life. Guys, guys, believe it or not, in another lifetime, Admiral Teague, if you can believe it, I was naive.
Defending the city.
I had some bad beliefs. Sometimes I made mistakes.
That sound effect always freaks me out in my headphones because I have like the fancy headphones, right? And it just comes out of like the back corner half the time, and I just jump out of my seat.
It's so well engineered. It's so well mixed. I think that like the original stereo was quadraphonic mixed as well, and they used that to like do the upgrade. That's just like a wild speculation. But like quadraphonic sound was like big at this point. It's like this album's from 1970, and the proudest thing I've ever done musically is not write a lot of good songs of my own that I'm proud of, including the theme songs for this show, but honestly was taking this Jerry Goldsmith's 3 different songs and mixing them together into a legally distinct song that still kept the spirit of having a ranting, raving fit. I will be allowed to save Star Trek! We do not have anything but the best run, the best judged, and the best chat in all of the Final Frontier! That's my judgment. All right.
Say we all.
So say we all. You guys, I would be very proud to lead you wonderful people any place, anytime. And we're going to go beyond the furthest star. And we're going to be watching good Star Trek and finding good sci-fi to watch. And you know what? The military watch-alongs are coming back. I talked to Radioactive about it today a little bit. And you know what? Watch the upload for Captain America Falcon Man. At least do me a favor. Give it a like, because honestly, this is going to be something I'm trying to expand into. I think that my opinion on this stuff counts. And let's not forget, these were Paramount characters to begin with. And I'm the Paramount guy, right? Remember, like, you've got like That Park Place and everything, and like WDW Pro. Like, I'm that Paramount amateur. I'm that Paramount guy. I'm the man on the Silver Mountain. I'm the only person so crazy that I say my subscription service that I'm going to cover is going to have a higher subscription price every week than the actual cost of its stock.
Oh, no.
If you broke it down to quarters...
You're mentioning war movies. Are you talking like older stuff, The Magnificent Seven, Dirty Dozen, that kind of stuff?
I want to watch Fury.
Okay. Fury's a good one.
Well, the thing is, I have issues with Fury.
Stuff like In
we might get to that.
Or,
well, the idea is there's a couple.
Good one.
That is a good movie. I have some weird opinions about that one too. But here's the thing, guys. If you can get a chance, it's in the chat now. My upload for Captain America Falcon Man, it's doing all right, but it could use some love. It's only got like, 34 views is pretty good in 5 hours for me. But you know what? If you could give it some likes, it's only got like 6 likes. If you could go give that one some likes and set it up in your queue to watch later, that would be great. And you know what? I guess we have another weird episode ahead of us, right? I don't know what we're going for next week.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. There are not a lot of winners in season 2.
I don't know why season 2 is so weird.
Yeah, it is the 7th, which is that T'Pol episode where she has the nightmares about.
Oh, you're saying the next episode is
yes.
It's called the 7th. Yeah, it's a really good one. We get a nice episode next week.
You like it? Okay. I mean, it's different. It's different. I'll put it that way.
It's good. You get to see a little bit of cool Vulcan stuff we hadn't seen before. We learn a little bit about T'Pol. There's some good bonding between her and Archer. There's loyalty. It's a good. I think there's a lot of good stuff in this coming episode.
At least we have a good one coming up. And as I look, wow, a little surge here. 2172 on the sub count. You like us. You really like us. Welcome aboard, all the new people. And wow, 22 likes, respectable like count, holding like a nice, respectable audience across 3 platforms. 62 of you out there. I'm so excited. If you're on X, follow my profiles for more, of this kind of thing. If you're on the Green Machine, follow me on this or Saving Star Trek. The Saving Star Trek one is a little more chancy. I have to remember to always put my Green Machine views to the first level of my channel and then both go on. If I only put it on through one, Rumble is just a disaster that needs to be cleaned up. All right, so
yeah, we've got 64 watching total right now.
Yeah,
great. Hi, everybody.
Right. Yeah. So are we ready to go at that number I put in the private chat before? Does that work out fine? Everyone's committed.
Works.
Oh, I have a little idea about how long I would like to stream tonight and what I would like to accomplish, but it might be a little grandiose, and maybe everyone else should be allowed to have a little bit of fun too. But I have ideas of my own. Yes, you know what? We're going to at least postpone the apocalypse until we get one more good Star Trek movie. Wow, a couple more likes came in on the YT. Thank you so much. Wonder how it's going over on the Green Band thing. Let's see, but OB2, honestly, thank you for really amazing job in combat, and thank you for doing some mod things. And you're like my military mod, like one of my oldest subscribers. If you can remember to thank people and say hi to people who come into the chat, and honestly, for everybody, it would be nice if we were friendly to new people because we are now a dying breed. We cannot. Kurtzman will like this one. We can't reproduce, so we have to recruit. Out there every day, they are destroying Star Trek. There is going to be a Lower Decks episode, there's going to be a episode of Star Trek Prodigy where it gets to the point where it's so successful that Alex Kurtzman's like, we have to cross it over with one of our darker, deeply sexually fucked up adult shows. And you're going to have a conversation with your fucking kids if you let them watch this stupid Star Trek show. I don't know why Alex Kurtzman, with his weird take on everything, feels this driving need to have a Star Trek children's show. But if you want to kill the franchise, go ahead and go a bit too far in a few places and cross your piece of shit Star Trek Prodigy show over with your even bigger piece of shit Star Trek Strange New World show and see what you have left. If you stop making this garbage now, you'll have comic books and young adult novels until you kill that in 10 years. You make Star Trek Academy or one more episode of Star Trek Prodigy, you are playing with sweaty dynamite and you could have nothing. You fucking idiot. Anyone else want to comment on Kurtzman?
Wait, can you expand on that a little? I want to play some background music for it.
Kurtzman, you sick son of a bitch! I'm sick and tired of you trying to take Star Trek in these bizarre directions! I'm sick of you, mister! I want a story that makes sense! Every single person doesn't have to walk into the room and tell me their dark secret and backstory! I have had it up to here with big crews of lovable misfits! I want you to meet me in Rigel 7! Meet me on Rigel 7! Stop. I can't go. I can't maintain. That's like my third insane meltdown of the night. At some point, I don't know what to say. And 64 people, I mean, will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64? And you know what? I Rumble and X and YouTube together is the way to go. We're bringing this message to as many people as possible. And I'm going to say something right now. My Star Trek show is the biggest Star Trek show. And I'm talking in terms of my show is just bigger than Star Trek Discovery ever got. My show never has been deplatformed. I have not killed the streaming service with my show.
Oh, these things are true. I mean,
I have not lost a huge fortune on my show. I have 11 people watching on Rumble right now, something that they can never say. John Beeldad's over there too with Victor Fontaine. And it looks like that still is refreshing a little bit, those chats. And did we get someone else joining over on the green machine? Let's see. JT Kirk is following. Nana B2 is following.
Yes.
Baron Freed Axe Wielder, Wes Cagle, and Shumani Tataka Owachi. Thank you. Thank you for joining me. You will be well treated. Can't you see how pointless it all is? Each one of you will go on to that couch one after another and share his fate. You will watch Picard Season 2. You should join me. I feel like Khan. It's like, I've got all these people and they're just like, oh no, we have to watch the Kurtzman Trek. You guys, we are all that is left of the United Federation of Planets. OB2, don't worry about it. When you are around, you're the best. That's why that's why you have a very special title and a very special place in my heart and a very special invitation to contact me to be on the show whenever you want. We want to have a show where you're on. We'll do a whole weekday show where I'll just hang out with you for the whole 90 minutes to 2 hours. 'Cause that's kind of the weekday time frame. Tuesday Weird News we had fun with that this week, man. I have this new thing where I follow IRL streamers. Do you know what those are? Don't worry about it. You don't have to. Yeah. Do you know what they are, JT?
No. Is that called OnlyFans?
No, but first of all, OB2, I want to say, one, I also have a history degree, so I respect that, and I know why Star Trek resonates with you so much. And you don't have to say hi to new people. For you, I will make the exception. Years and years and years of being a pal, and you really were the first one to step up, and you swept so many of those bots out of the equation. Like, you did a lot of good for every YouTuber, honestly, with that one.
Yeah.
All YouTubers owe a debt of gratitude to OB2, Wrath of Kenobi, because he took dozens of bots out of that fucking storm. And they're not useful again against me. That's why they disappear out of my channel about a week after we throw them in jail there. Prodigy has been
Audie
good.
Murphy, man.
You are to hell and back, to the neutral zone and back. Prodigy has been good because Kurtzman hasn't had anything to do with the writing of the show. That's true. The thing is, though, he hadn't done anything with Lower Decks in a really long time, if at all. And when that started to catch on, he grabbed it, co-opted it, and made them do a crossover with Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And that show is dark and sexual and stupid and fucked up. And I would say it was the worst episode of Star Trek Lower Decks that I've seen, and I've seen a couple. And it was also not the best episode of Strange New Worlds, which is a horrible show to begin with, but it was bad even for that bad show, where their best episode is like, if And the Children Shall Lead had his brain removed and was reanimated with just electricity. Melvin Belly just like going, it's like the rise of Skywalker of shows, but let's see. Khan Loonian Singh, absolute dictator of 100 network affiliates, known for extreme bad taste. I am Khan Loonian Singh. I also follow Khan's great granddaughter on X because she's hot. Connie from Strange New Worlds is fucking good looking. She hates being on Star Trek. She hates them. She hates the show. You can tell. She's doing every single thing she can do that you don't have to have a good schedule for to do. And wow, we're about to hit 100 concurrents.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Hi, everyone.
Sean. That's
Hello
something
to
else.
the
Hello,
new-
everybody.
Wait, what? Wait, we have 100 concurrents.
Oh my God, we got that. We're at 99. One more person does it, guys.
99.
We're like knocking at the door. Now you're learning. You know what? We're going to do a little arithmetic here. Welcome, everybody. The algorithm don't like me so much, but the X algorithm sure do. And over on the Green Band, we're doing it. Wow, holy smoke. Over on YouTube, the strongest analytic for Admiralty in quite some time. 42. I have been waiting a long time for this, my friends.
Someone raid us?
I don't know, but this is legit. Was there a raid? Where are you guys from? And please, welcome to the show. I'm sorry that you missed the watch party portion. You can come by next week at 9:30 Eastern Time. We supply the video for you, and you can watch the episode with us, and then you get our ratings and our reviews. And if you want, go right ahead and join the channel. I would love to have you. And you know what? Just subscribe, hit the notification bell. We do uploads all the time. We have a bunch of Enterprise uploads, a few classic Star Trek episodes, and a few TNG episodes. We're taking a chronological journey through the final frontier, starting with Enterprise and going forward. Tonight, we didn't have the greatest episode. It was Enterprise Marauders, but we had a really fun watch party having a few laughs about it. And 100, there it is. Thank you, everybody. 100. There has to be some kind of media for this. What do we do? It's like, the Admiral is extremely proud, and it's like, sometimes I wonder, like, if I'm on something.
Pure anti-proton. Absolutely pure.
You gotta wonder, and I thank you all so much for this one. And I think what I'll do is, like, I still have it loaded on here. I'll play it one more time. I have no other occasion to do it. Let's give you guys a little salute, and we can do this whenever we want to because
I can.
You know what? Here we go. The stream is demonetized, so why don't we enjoy a moment of Star Trek music? We did this earlier. This was today's, Code 2 was hacked by bad reboot. Here we go. Check it out, guys. Exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you. And love, life's sweetest reward. Let it flow. It flows back to you. Soon we'll be making another run. The love boat promises something for everyone. Set a course for adventure, your mind on a new romance. And love won't hurt anymore. It's an open smile on a friendly shore. It's love. Welcome aboard, it's
love. Nice. Absolutely right, Buddy Hepburn.
Awesome.
I like
right?
JT's line there. On a friendly rising shore.
It's a great little mashup. What happened was I was over at the same time. This all came together at once. I was like in Doomcock's chat and doing all that, and at the same time I'm singing karaoke with Outlaw Bill. And while you guys are having that Enterprise chat, I'm over at Outlaw Bill's, and it's Valentine's Day. So I sang that song for the hell of it. And then, like, when we were talking about this week's episode, and it's like, it wasn't that great, and whatever, it's like, we gotta dig down deeper and entertain more. Like, that's the only way to take on competition and a challenge. Dig down deeper and just be better entertainers. And you know what? Like, I took that and I put the video together for it, and I made a special beginning for this week's show. A lot of the shows have special beginnings every week, but 100 of you across the platforms, it really is an honor to host this many Star Trek fans. And if you came by for Yellowstone, you know what? We'll be doing some of that soon too. You just saw Timothy Dalton, and you know what? Here's my favorite Timothy Dalton Yellowstone meme.
The word decent doesn't apply to me.
when Sean told me he was considering watching that show with his mom, I'm like, he ties up 2 prostitutes in the kitchen and beats them down.
She can handle it.
Mom's from New York.
My mom been around a little bit. At least that's what my friends say.
Remember that time your mom robbed that bank and got people to cop to it so she wouldn't have to go to jail?
Nice.
Got a new commenter in the chat there. Hey, Stephen.
Yeah. You know what, Sean? I've seen the final subspace at 12:43. Yeah, we should play that one. I don't know. I don't know if I have it loaded up in the media player anymore. Can you pull up the
I
file?
can. Yeah, I can.
Oh wait, no, I have it. I have
okay,
it.
cool.
I have it, guys. You know what? This is another thing we did. We actually, this is how crazy we are. We spent all week talking about Star Trek, and after our bot swarm and other stuff and all the other experiences, like we don't encourage anybody to like contact him. Do not tweet Mr. Kurtzman if that's what he wants to be called. But we wrote a song about how we feel. Here it is. You want to hear it? Here it go. All right. Hey, we got a lot of people rolling in during the song, and I'm seeing a lot of names. If anyone sees any that I might have missed, welcome to all of you. We have a nice amount of people. I don't know if it was a raid. Some people said they were looking for a Section 31 review. We have one on file, and we have a watch party, but we'll be happy to talk about Section 31 for a couple of minutes here. Hello, Dylan Collins. Hello, Stephen Frappis. Luke Starkiller, it's good to see you, my friends. Welcome. Hello to Laura Goodman Hanson. It's nice to see you. Hello to, do I miss anyone? If I miss you, please say hello. And the amount of likes, I couldn't be more flattered. Thank you so much. I'm Admiral Teague. It's Saving Star Trek. The watch party part of the show is over. We gave our reviews. The episode Marauders didn't fare very well at all. And in fact, our channel members gave it DF 38%, the largest single grade of any grade. So really, this was not a passing episode in most people's minds. C 27%. You had to have a little bit of empathy for the episode to give it even a C. But okay. A 22%. Some people liked it. You know what? Action and adventure on the Final Frontier still work for a lot of people. And B 11%. And you know what? A lot of you have already liked the stream, but I'll make this an option anyway, just in case people are on the fence. But since the episode's over, we have a lot of people here. I'm going to see if we can't get a poll going right now where maybe you guys can give me your opinion. It's live. And the question is, can Star Trek be saved? So weigh in on that one. It's easy. Yes, no, or like the stream and see the results. I tend to think that Star Trek can be saved based just on what we saw in 7-minute story unification. In only 7 minutes, it was saved for a few days until the next bad thing happened, which of course it did.
I watched that again the other day, and it still made me tear up a little bit.
Hello, John Frolov. Welcome. Somebody wants it. It's a little power injury. So we were asked about Section 31. Let me put it this way. In those 3 Deep Space Nine stories where we had a lone Section 31 agent, and every once in a while we found out they had ships and resources, that worked out. They were in 3 stories. I bet you they were mentioned in 20 more. You know what I mean? It's it could be pirates or a false flag by Section 31. So they were probably mentioned in more stories than they're in. From what I understand, there are 3 Section 31 stories. Unfortunately, in Enterprise, we get about 8 or 9 more, don't we? Maybe 5? How many Section 31 stories are there with Reed?
It's kind of one story, isn't it? It's several episodes, but it's kind of...
It crops up in 6 episodes, though.
Yeah.
We get 6, somewhere between 5 and 9 Section 31 episodes, because we also spend at least 2 episodes squaring up the damage of having been a former, and I don't know if I'd trust him about the former Section 31 agent that Archer and Reed have a real disagreement about. Hello, Natalie Espinoza. Hey, thank you. We love you too, Natalie. Please, if you've joined the channel, go right ahead and, welcome yourself to all the videos that we've made. We have a great upload of yesterday's Enterprise. So that's the best upload we've made so far and the best conversation we've had so far.
Real quick here. But before we go on, folks, there were some gift memberships purchased by our fans earlier in the show. Make sure that you have gift memberships enabled in your YouTube settings, and I believe there's a couple out there still. So switch that on. You get a free month to the channel. It's great. Teague does some great stuff for the members too, and you get access to the emojis and other cool stuff. So if you do that, it also helps you to click the bell, so that way you get us next Saturday and all of other Teague's great stuff too. That's Star Trek and a ton of other things. So just didn't want you to miss out on that. I know we have a lot of new people in, so there's your opportunity. Anyway,
you know what, Madison?
Go for it.
Madison, I feel your pain. We've got Cosme to help that out with your problem. Welcome, Madison Monroe. Welcome, Chef Rudy TKE, and welcome, Natalie Espinoza, and welcome to John Frolov. I think I welcomed all of you, but I'm going to keep watching. It's so nice to have new people here. I'm sorry, Sean, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I see a couple of chats in there saying Enterprise underrated. Absolutely, 100%
It is.
And there's another comment by someone new saying F is a little harsh. Perfectly fine. That's one thing to call out if you're new here.
You're allowed to.
The
You're
first
allowed
one
to.
I gave an F to, but even then, I still will watch it. Like it's totally fine. We're not mean to these episodes. And if you give it an A, God bless it. God bless you. Tell us why.
You're not alone. 22% of the people who responded to our poll of the 18 people, would that be 2? I don't know. 22% of 18 people thought it was an A, so you're not alone. Yeah. And 11% of those people thought it was a B. So for 33% of the people out there, they thought that it was a good episode. And I'm going to say something.
Thing is their arguments are valid. It's just
it's a defensible. Yeah. Look, this is what I say this often. It's not as true on this episode as others, but a lot of times I'll look at the poll and I'll say, if you could make a pie chart of how I felt about this episode in my heart, it would mirror our results, because I think 33% of this episode is good. Like, and if it was this episode, like, I do think that it's an A 22% of the time. And you know what? Let's look at some of the A's in the episode. The setting, the location, the fact that they were at least believable, these people. They weren't the most convincing aliens, but we were supposed to empathize with them, so we kept them as human as possible. The Klingons, they were idiots, but they looked great. I mean, and we had that great Star Trek music. We had atmospheric sounds in every room on the Enterprise we went to, and we had appropriate musical cues to heighten the action or, to heighten the drama. And also, like, they were cognizant enough to let their very pretty girl look like a very pretty girl and feature her looking very pretty a lot of the time in this episode. So this was not like a whiff by the Star Trek creators. It was a very self-aware and very intelligent use of their resources. But I think that as far as Section 31 goes, let's see if we can address this in the time we have left in a reasonable way.
These letter scores, letter grades that we give are relative to what we know the show is capable of. Like, there are some episodes of TOS that I would give a D- on. And a D- on a
there's only a couple, but yeah,
is probably a C for TNG, a C plus for DS9. A D- on TOS is frankly probably a B- on a Voyager episode. And
maybe a B on Enterprise, because Enterprise, honestly, a lot of the episodes are really good. We do have flawed episodes here and there. What are you going to do? Carla! Hello, Carla!
All that being said, this episode you could put on, and as the great Raquel Briggs would say, this is one that I turn on while I'm folding clothes, doing the laundry.
Yeah.
It's not offensive to the point you have to turn it off. A lot of the new stuff that calls itself Trek is like,
it's offensive.
Offensive to the point that you're like, I need to cut the internet to my house to keep it from coming in anymore, so even if exactly.
This is what we do on our channel. On our channel, this channel will take a hit and not use the Star Trek hashtag to promote our new Trek watch parties. It's something that I've proudly done for the whole time. I'm a little tired of fighting with one arm tied behind my back, and we can see the results today of finally reusing the Star Trek hashtag, which I declared I would use. You called this show Star Trek for the first time in a long time. I have not been using the Star Trek hashtag like some, because the reason is everybody's free to use it, don't get me wrong, but I'm more about saving Star Trek, and I noticed by watching Google Trends that when I tweeted about Section 31 and when I tweeted about new Star Trek, it got the most traction it got. I was the biggest tweeter, like, tweeting about it. It has no traction and no fans. Whatever they have out there, it's paid engagement or something. It's so nice to see new people here who are real people. So just real quick, people are asking about Section 31. We'll give you our thoughts on that in just a couple, wrap them up in just a couple of minutes, like just thumbnail. So I guess the fairest way to do it is let everybody just vent. Who wants to vent first? And here's what we're trying to fight to save ourselves from. Look at, this is not Star Trek. We represent real Star Trek. And 105 concurrents. My gosh, wow, how high could it go? Man, thank you all. Follow me on X and, on YouTube, please. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And as far as the green band that YouTube doesn't like me to mention, join me there too and hit the likes. It's so great to have this many people here. We've been waiting a long time for this kind of validation, and you know what? We hope that you feel it's earned. Section 31. This was yet another lovable bunch of losers who we didn't have time to get introduced to love, who we were supposed to accept as powerful, and then that lack of character development leads to having Michelle Yeoh's character. Her powerful thing is supposed to be she's able to pin out all these Section 31 agents like really quick, and it's like even I can pick them out. Like we have a Vulcan who's on ecstasy. We have a guy who's covered with mechanical technology. We have a Deltan who's like needs to go to the gym.
He had a mechanical arm.
Oh God!
One thing he in fact did have. Yeah, I mean, and you know what? I'd point out that Locutus also had, one of those as well. And you know, if we could zoom in on it, just
enhance 15 to 23.
Harrison, what's the deal?
A mechanical arm.
Just had him take a look. It's gotta be true.
I was reaching for that one. Thank you. I love that clip every time. Anyway, not to derail you, but I mean, it's kind of hard to be derailed on a movie that had really no plot. But yes.
This movie was stupid. This movie was boring. This movie was pandering. This movie didn't have as much, it was a Star Trek movie that didn't want to be Star Trek. It was a non-Michelle Yeoh movie that wanted to be about Michelle Yeoh. It was, when she went back to when we saw the mirror universe that she came from, where, again, she was Emperor, not Empress. It's gotten so tiresome with that. Emperor, not Empress. And then, she's serving the people from Helldivers 2. They're dressed just like them. Like the one CGI scene per movie, we get that thing, and then for whatever reason, she has to scald her boyfriend in the face with a sword, with He-Man's sword, for some reason we don't understand. And then flash forward to the future, she's running some bar that's creepier than Quark's. Alex Kurtzman remains someone who peaked in 11th grade. Fascination with nightclub entertainers. Again, she's some kind of nightclub diva. This place is a low budget version of the place in The Fifth Element. Think The Fifth Element, but dumb and unartful and bad. And the best thing he can do is he wants to write a murder mystery so he can get back into writing crime mystery TV. He's over his head. Every single Star Trek story we've seen, including Section 31, has been a lovable bunch of losers fighting against a system that's corrupt. So Starfleet is always evil, and that's after they made it all female-led. So that's how contradictory it is. In any given group of sentences, someone will contradict themselves. JT pointed out at the beginning of the Section 31 movie, we see a map while Jamie Lee Curtis talks to only us, the audience, and a message that's useless to everyone else about Section 31 and what they do and where they're going to go and how they're going to meet Michelle Yeoh's character. And she's, at a space station, and we show Federation space, and we see first of all, there's dozens of space stations. They just seem to be rogue. But across the border, just across the border, there is her space station. We zoom in on it, and then when we get there, it says, in the next moment, the screen goes black. They play this bad EDM dance music that's so not Star Trek. I so miss the music of Star Trek. And we see on screen, it says, far from Federation space.
Right.
Maybe if you're walking.
Admiral, you bring up so many plot mishaps and just missteps. I would argue,
and we only got to the first minute and a half of this piece of shit. Don't watch it.
In the fundamentals of this movie that we pointed out, we had our watch and in micro at the after impressions on this. There are so many things like what Teague said I brought up where they say they draw a map of Federation space and 12 star bases and some star systems that are in the Federation are not drawn in Federation space. So you get that fundamental wrong. You get other fundamentals wrong, like how could her foot possibly get dephased into a wall and not just be part of the wall now, only because the plot needs it. You have all kinds of sound.
Oh, and
issues.
she wasn't even afraid that her foot might be cut off. What's going on is Michelle Yeoh has got some kind of wonky phasing technology where she's able to run through walls until she can't. Then the foot of her, it's like a 10-inch high S&M boot. Like, she is wearing like this weird, Nerdrotic and Chris Gore said the same thing, and I agree. Grandma dressed up like a hooker for Halloween and thinks it's funny, to which I added, and then she took the wrong meds and had a couple of drinks.
So you get that stuff wrong. You also have just movie fundamentals that are just horribly done wrong. You have a color palette. You have a color palette that makes Rebel Moon look like it has a more realistic, just, I don't know what you want to call it, just awful, all brown in blue, in yellow, just smashed colors everywhere. They have such bad CGI and set design behind them that they've edited the entire movie to anytime someone's talking, they zoom in so far that the top of their head where their hair would be is cut off, and then you never get lower than like maybe their armpits. So you don't get to see anything else that's ever going on. A lot
of it is filmed up people's noses.
Yes.
The camera's pointed right up a lot of people's noses.
There's also several cuts, like one example where Michelle Yeoh is held at phaser point on the opposite end of the bridge, and the very next cut, 0.1 seconds later, she's on the other side of the bridge, giving him a roundhouse kick that he.
Oh, they did a Captain Phasma.
That someone else gave her. Someone else did the roundhouse kick, but her character delivers a roundhouse kick. She is very poorly doubled a lot in that movie.
So when you're talking about, is this movie offensive? It's offensive, like from a design and execution standpoint that falls on the 16 producers that we counted, something around there. This was a producer movie that was going to be another Kurtzman producer show like Disco was. And it's like, okay, how many editors and producers did this movie have to flow through? And none of this stuff was caught. And they said they didn't think, maybe this doesn't look right. No, it was a rubber stamp, and it was sloppy, and it just showed that like no one was in charge of making this movie look good. It just didn't. And so no matter how bad the plot was, you're looking at this going, man, you would have really had to written Citizen Kane to forgive the errors and omissions in this thing. So there's a lot not to be happy about, and it has nothing to do with what we think politically on anything, or if we have sour grapes.
If you're an adult, do whatever the hell you want to another adult. Just go in a dark room and don't tell us about it, and have a fun time. And we're going to do the same thing with the people we love. We're not here to tell anyone how to live. We go on other channels and do that. Believe me, we have opinions, and we're like real people. And in our group chat, we could probably be put away for a long time if we ever put those symbols out in public. We're a bunch of fucked up people, but we're nice guys, and we welcome all of you, and all we want to do is have the best and most entertaining Star Trek show for you week in and week out, which is why, you know what, Obi-Wan 2, another level 99 engagement right now, so awesome, thank you so much, and great comments. We have a lot of people doing great jobs. The mods seem to have gotten the idea, and the channel continues to grow. The next milestone is 2,500.
I almost wonder if maybe, we can theorize on conspiracies on how all this stuff got funded and greenlit. I wonder, with all the news we've heard about different things on the BBC and Disney and other corporations that received monies from the U.S. taxpayer to stay afloat and produce content of a particular direction, I almost wonder, was this released because they had money contingent on that from a nefarious source? I can't prove it.
Contractual.
Makes me
that thing
wonder.
Had been in development for like 8 years or something.
Yeah.
Well, what happened was
aided.
I know what happened a little bit. That is possibly true, but this is what I know had to have happened.
Just a question mark, right?
There is proof that they raided the left wing's Democratic donors to get the money to make their season 4. And say,
Really?
and who plays space president in that?
The candidate that denied the results of the Georgia gubernatorial election. Yes.
That's why I don't
Yes.
monetize these streams, so we can tell a little more of the truth. Because YouTube
I
will
mean,
punish us
I
for
said
it. But
nothing
he's
untrue on
right.
that,
Yeah.
but yes.
No, you said nothing untrue. Stacey Abrams is space president in the show Star Trek Discovery, and it's just like. I've said this a few times. I think the real reason, and you know what? I'll say something right now to everybody out there. I'm going to speak to you right from my heart. Everybody on X, everybody on the Green Band, everybody on YouTube. I'm going to tell you something right from the heart. And I know that all the other guys on the show feel this way, and Jerem, who isn't here, will say the same thing. This woke mind virus that's been attacking all of us for over a decade now, you guys have had it since like 2016, maybe 2015. It came for us first. The Star Trek fans of the real Star Trek, Sean, I, and JT were first attacked, and I mean attacked, by the woke mind virus in 2009 when they swept away everything that was good and wholesome about our wonderful Star Trek and made the darkest, stupid, most cynical series of 2 movies in a row, proving J.J. Abrams is an absolutely talentless hack. And if you join my channel, please make sure to check out my series, J.J. Abrams is a Terrible Filmmaker, where I prove beyond a shadow of doubt that he doesn't know what's going on by showing him contradicting his own life story, okay? I don't fight with other YouTubers. I fight with corporations. Some people burn bridges. Admiral Teague burns rivers. Hello, Fanderson UFO. No one can write a decent story anymore, much less something original. I would hope that we're getting to a point where there's been enough bad stuff in the pipeline that more decent stories are coming, but have you checked out Yellowstone? Have you checked out something like 1883 and 1923 are both real good. Go ahead, JT.
I was going to say The Expanse, except for the really poor last season, I think was newer. And yes, it was a book going back a little while. There is newer content out there, but you have to have good, grounded reality at your studio. And if they are not obsessed with making good content that draws in as many people as possible because it's good, you will not make money. That's why I am kind of astounded that Amazon was greenlit for season 3 for I don't even know what you're going to want to call it, not Lord of the Rings, the Rings of low ratings. That I like, things like that will not last forever. You notice none of this stuff goes for 7 seasons. It's because to get to 7 seasons with TNG, to get to 7 seasons with Deep Space Nine, you had to make a good product. And, you know, they had to change course on these shows because they were looking at numbers and saying, I don't know if these ideas are really panning out. We need to go in a different artistic direction, not in a different representation direction, not in a we need to do this, that, and the other and insult the fans. No. Back in the 90s, they said, we're not getting advertisers if what we put on the TV is garbaggio. And you'll see that again. It might take big streaming services, entire corporations to fold, but I think there is hunger out there eventually to get back to the point where they make media that sells toys, that sells merchandise, that sells, physical media. It will come back. And so that's why I put in the poll, yes, I think Star Trek can be saved. It may not be with CBS Paramount. It won't be with Alex Kurtzman or Bad Robot. But I think there are people, especially younger than myself in my late 30s, that may come around to Star Trek and say, wow, there was something fantastic here, and I want to make it my life's work to make it great again, and see what new parts of the galaxy we can explore, to seek out new life, and do all of that to boldly go where Gene has gone before and make it badass. I don't think Star Trek dies with people born in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I really don't. I believe it does have longer legs, But
Of course it does.
You got to change your shoes. You got to change your shoes. And if you don't do that, yeah, it will. Yeah, it will. But
what if you're a hobbit?
If nothing else, well, if nothing else, they'll sell this property to somebody eventually that will bring it back.
Well, yeah, that might be problematic given what's happening with CBS right now. But I think absolutely Star Trek can be saved. Look at the love we had for Unification. How it just takes something like in the metal song, a good ship and a good crew, some good stories, and we're back. We're back. Admiral, if I can share this here from Radioactive. He says, "Is it too soon to have a second Kurtzman Robbins Infection 31 flavors watch party?" Yes, it's too soon, Radioactive, because the antibiotics that we had to take after that.
We had to watch the best episode. We had to watch one of arguably the very best Star Trek episode ever made by a lot of people's matrices. And you know what? I'll throw the question back. By the way, I forgot to throw this into the Enterprise discussion. How much stronger is T'Pol than those people or the Klingons she was fighting? Is T'Pol as strong as a Klingon? Spock is 3 times stronger than a human, and he is only half Vulcan. Is he still peak Vulcan strength, though? We've had this discussion a couple of times, but T'Pol probably should have been able to throw that Klingon through like a wall.
Possibly.
You know what? I was a little bit surprised about that one, and you know what? As far as that Section 31 movie went, we had to watch yesterday's Enterprise to get over it. That's another real good upload that you guys might want to watch. That one, even if you saw the watch party, check out the upload. It's only 20 minutes long. Maybe that one might be 18 minutes long. The new formula was to keep them under 20 minutes. It's just better that way. I do a new intro, and then you get our grades, and it's an encapsulation, and we document the episode fairly well. And you could get a lot of enjoyment out of those, even if you heard the watch party. Seriously, check them out. The yesterday's Enterprise one is the best. If we watch Section 31 again, I don't know what we would do, but I have a question for you guys. I'll throw it back to you. Is yesterday's Enterprise also the Next Generation's The Doomsday Machine? 2 starships.
Before, yes.
Yeah, we didn't deeply explore it though. I'd like to take like a minute on it at least.
It's very much so. I'd have to think, but I know you've brought up the similarities before, and like when you do, I fully agree with them. I mean, the big difference is they could have beaten the Klingons, which contradicts the Doomsday Machine. But I guess the whole anomaly is the machine, right? Like.
The thing is, the Doomsday Machine lines up very well with the plot for Jaws, right? And in this one, we solve it we simply do get a bigger boat. Jim Kirk gets the Constellation working and makes that bigger boat that Starfleet needs to beat the Doomsday Machine, right? So in that way, the stories line up. In this one, the shark is the terrible reality that they're living in, and also the recurring attacks by the Klingons for the shark is the Klingons who come back at regular intervals, the way the shark comes back in Jaws, and also just like the shark can go beneath the surface of the water, and we don't know what's going on. They're cloaking and decloaking. You know what I mean? And like you said, you found the only possible flaw was a quick line about how we needed to keep the battle a little further away from the Singularity and take more of a beating to keep those Klingon ships from going there, and that's why we can't destroy some of them. That would have made the stakes of the battle even a little sweeter. But I would have to say that so like on the first pitch they fouled one back, it was straight back. The next one they hit a freaking home run to center field. It's like it hit the back of the stadium wall and bounced up. Like the crowd goes wild as that episode triumphantly rounds the bases. And tell me I'm not wrong. The smartest thing I did in that video was make the decision to put in our real reactions at the end of the episode while we showed the video and lined up the music, and we were ecstatic and relieved and happy to say good things about Star Trek again after an experience with a show that didn't want to be Star Trek. And once again, their franchise, their version of Star Trek, it's exactly what I said about the Captain Falcon, Sam Wilson Falcon Man movie. This movie was a zombie. It had no heart and it has no brain. And the same thing goes for the new Star Trek. And you can say that about the new Star Wars, too. Like, there's a question we had there about who's been wrecked up worse. But, wow, 11 votes. Can Star Trek be saved? Yes, 55%. No, 36%. I'll give you a scenario right now that can put it on infinite life support. We said this before. We got one ship. It's out in one sector of space. It's assigned to that sector. We're not going to see too many other Federation ships. There's a starbase. The starbase relays everything from Starfleet Command, but it's stuff that makes sense, and we only see the Commodore or the Admiral at the starbase, right? And we have maybe a sister ship once in a while that we see very rarely. And of course, we have our supply ship like the Vico. And we go and we do frontier duty, and we go from one settlement and one colony to another. And it's still a largely unexplored sector of the Federation. So we do some exploring, but we don't go back to Earth. We don't go near the other Federation. We don't go to Starfleet Command. We don't talk to Michael Burnham. We don't deal with Michael Gregorio. And we pretend that none of that exists. And in this show, on the USS Yorktown, which was the original name for the Enterprise, which is a Constellation-class starship, at some point after the events of the Next Generation, a befitting upgrade on the Constellation class, no children, it's not that kind of ship anymore. We're doing military stuff, we're doing exploration, we have a crew that we care about, and we prove it by episode 5 or 6, we take just one member of our crew, we leave them in jeopardy, and we show you just how much you care about an episode like the Samaritan Snare with the Pack Leads. Only Geordi was in danger. We were all on board for that episode, and we cared about Geordi. How about the days of having characters good enough that if just one of them were to die, we would care? You got to kill someone on the Next Generation crew. Okay, well, you can't say Marina Sirtis. Deanna is safe. If you have to, sacrifice a member of that crew, that bridge crew, Dr. Pulaski, do you hope she's the one around? I mean, kind of, even though they've been such jerks. I love that show, or the TOS crew. Who do you sacrifice?
In TNG?
Either one. Go ahead, field either one. I'm saying, you're the captain. If you're the fan watching this, you know that someone's going to die. When Tasha Yar died, that was only season 1, but you're like, whoa, this Star Trek show's not fucking around.
Yeah. I don't think I would
sacrifice Lieutenant Argyle. I would sacrifice Lieutenant Argyle. Only because you see him for 4 episodes.
Could we have tailored her uniform a little better and had a few more episodes with Ensign Gomez?
Oh, yeah.
She was kind of cute.
Please.
Yeah.
Was she on? Did she end up on Shining Time Station?
No. The best was Robin Leffler, played by Ashley Judd.
That was a great one. And also Tasha Yar's sister. Whoa, that outfit left no room for modesty. She looked great, almost naked. She was a beautiful actress. I thought that was, honestly, when I saw that episode, until I researched it, I was sure that was Linda Hamilton's lookalike sister. Because she looks a lot like Linda Hamilton. Not the twin. There's another sister who's just a lookalike.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was her lookalike sister, because all of them have real hard bodies, and I was just like, oh man, this must be Linda Hamilton's sister.
Has a twin though.
She has a twin, and she also has a lookalike outright sister. There's a couple of them. There's a sister who strongly resembles her, and then there's an identical twin. So I thought that was her, not her twin, but her sister. That was my thought looking at it, because the face is very similar, and they styled her the same. They're trying to make her look like her a little bit, or it's a coincidence because it might be before T2 that episode. But that's the one colony that you can trust New Trek to go back to. The failed colony. The only trace of New Trek in the Next Generation is there's a Federation colony that's gone batshit. Tasha's from there. How did they fuck up so bad on that colony?
That was not a good episode.
None of them were. Anytime Tasha talked about her life, it's dark secret Star Trek characters are not the best. You have to have at most 1 or 2. In New Trek, everyone has a dark secret, and now we have dark secrets that involve having yet another dark secret. For like Mr. Black Science Doctor Man idiot in Strange New Worlds, his dark secret was that he couldn't let go of his daughter who was terminally ill, so he kept her alive in the transporter on pause, and the episodes were unaware of how immoral this was. That's how bad the new Star Trek is. Completely immoral. The child... It's a terrible thing to even evoke. The show is in over its head, bringing up children being sick. And it should stay away from children altogether. But they've seen a couple episodes of TNG and they know about Wesley, so they're going to do it anyway. The Doctor has his 10-year-old stored in a pattern buffer of the transporter, which is a way of saying she's kind of like in cryosleep. She's on pause. The thing is, he keeps pulling her out of there and talking to her for a little while because her disease only progresses just so fast. So she, every time she's out of the transporter talking to him, she's saying that she's miserable. It's painful. She can't take being there. It's really, she's actually conscious when she's in the transporter stream, and she feels the time passing, and it's a horror story, and he's like, oh, it'll be okay, and he sticks her back in there, and it's like, man, this is so freaking immoral. And then in this one crazy episode, some kind of weird magical entity takes over the ship, which gives them an excuse to go to another smaller, cheaper set and not show their own stupid, horrible ship, and do a bottle episode with an even smaller bottle. It was stupid as hell, but what happens is his daughter visits him from the future. She's now like the Traveler, and she tells him it turns out that doing things that would get you locked up in the 21st century are exactly what you needed to do. Thanks a lot, Dad. After she talks about all the pain she was in and asked to be released over and over, and he was just completely out of touch, and you're like, oh, well, thank God that story's over. Maybe like something better will happen to like Black Doctor Man. And then, like, the next season, what does he do? In episode 1, he does a bunch of, like, powdery fucking performance-enhancing drugs and murder, kill, death a few people. And he can't even keep up the Chapel, who does a few rails of her own and kills, like, 5 Klingons, and he manages to help her take out the last one. That's where Star Trek is now. And then later on, he does more drugs to murder another guy. Yeah, murder, death, kill.
You did say MDK. Anyway.
I did. But seriously, but by the end of season 2, his redemptive arc after what he did wrong, we meet a Klingon who doesn't like war anymore, and like Science Man Captain Mamangala, as I always call him, he does like a few rails of these performance-enhancing drugs just to get hyped up and mean enough to delete this freaking Klingon pacifist who's trying to bring peace because of some personal grudge he has. And it's istophobism. It's like based on the fact that this guy's from another species. It's got nothing to do with the fact that he sincerely wants peace. He just can't hold back on killing the guy, which is weird because earlier in the episode, they're like, those 50 people who are our own Starfleet officers who are wounded in the transporter buffer, you have to delete them. We have too many casualties. We can't help everyone. And he's like, they don't have the right reaction shot. And he walks over with a big, huge smile on his face and like kills 50 people. Like, and they wouldn't bring him back to film again. So he's like, wizard.
Is this a Strange New Worlds episode?
It's a Strange New Worlds, and of all people,
like,
the episode.
That's why I'm completely lost on what you're talking about.
And guess who tells him to delete the people?
That was some odd fever dream. Like, what the hell is going on?
And guess who tells him to delete the people? Of all people, it's fucking Baylock. They bring back Ron Howard, and Ron Howard is in this terrible episode of Strange New Worlds, and he's like, oh, Mamangala, go over there and delete all our friends. And he's like, oh, it's a beautiful day to be a doctor. He just like deletes all these people like he's flushing a toilet. It's like literally like his face is like he's peeing. It's like he kind of has that self-satisfied peeing look as he pushes the button like he's flushing, and he just like spins on his heel and walks away. It's like not a moment like where he looks down a little sad. Nothing. The direction is pure garbage in New Star Trek. Yeah, it was Clint Howard, and it was just such a sad return for him, because he'd been in the great Star Trek TOS and another great show Enterprise, and then to have him come back in fake Star Trek, it just
did he at least offer some Tranya when it was over?
No, but he was like a Star Trek doctor, so he was probably on drugs too. Him and Mangala were so drugged up they probably couldn't have done any other stuff. It was like Dr. Space Keith Richards and Dr. Space Jimi Hendrix.
So he had too much Tranya.
He had something stronger than Tranya. He was like, I'm going to go take something out of the hypospray and drink some freaking Tranya. He's like, he had the Tranya in like a brown bag and like his hypospray. Like, psh, Like, all right, everybody, I'm ready to perform surgery now. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But guys, please take our poll. We got 45 of you out there on YouTube. It's great. We thank you. And I guess at 127, I don't know, are retro reels and games happening tonight?
Oh no, I need to do some stuff tonight.
Oh no! So I guess what we have to do is, unfortunately, we don't have like a sister network or anything to direct it to. I guess that kind of concludes the Star Trek entertainment for tonight. Go like Snowdub is on. I think check out Snowdub. Snowdub is fucking awesome. Let's tell everybody what we're doing.
Well, what
go
we
ahead,
do need,
Sean.
Admiral, before we go, if we can just get 5 more likes, we will hit 100. We're at 95.
Are you kidding me? Guys,
95
please help me
likes.
out on this one. If we get 100 likes, it's been a long time since we hit triple-digit likes on this show. Wow. You guys have really helped me polarize the hall. We have been victims of this. Hold on a second. Let me do this in the most effective way I can as we make the final appeal for the night. And by the way, I have a real problem with YouTube's goals. Why am I supposed to hose people and ask them for money? Why am I supposed to hose people for money and ask? Why can't my goal be 100 likes? Honestly, why can't my goal be 25 shares off the browser? Give me social media incentive to spread the word of YouTube that I'm on. We should be allowed to give goals that are realistic and fun and not about hosing people for money. Now, that said, it's a capitalistic venture, go ahead, but the idea of these goals, it's so cynical, and I denounce them. I mean, if you want to use them, use them, but I just, Critical Drinker doesn't seem to fucking have any, and, doing it the right way, and oh my god, I see that that moment has been reached in the chat where we have it.
Wow.
I gotta see if I can.
The super pair.
I've been rewriting this one every week, but I think I've got the best version of it right now. So, Miskatonic Badman, what is that flying through the air? Believe it or not, it's a flying pair. I never thought one would be sent to me. Flying away like there's wings on that pair. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just Teague. All right.
Nice. And we're at
Thank you so
94
much,
likes.
Miss Katonic.
Yeah.
Oh, we're so close. Guys, this is Operation Just the Tip. Get us to 100 likes, and we'll make you see stars. You know what? I'll turn on my camera. Let's see. What can we do to get 100 likes?
That operation, man, has failed many a times for me over the years. But hey,
The camera's on. It's OF time, right? What do you want to say? I can dress up in a bear suit like Culture Casino, right? My lucky streamer hat is my Met hat. Don't hold it against me. I'm from Queens, guys. I love all of you. We're getting closer. Can we get can you dig it? You know what? Even if we're stuck at this 96, not so bad. You flip those numbers around. You flip those numbers around. Yeah, it's as good at giving as it is receiving.
a YAR and data functionality test, if you will.
The part of the Love Boat song where we showed
right?
where we showed him looking up, where we showed Troy, where we showed Tasha talking about how drugs can make you feel good, and Data gives her that look. Nothing else matters, and he's like, "All right." You can see in the back of his mind, I'm gonna be doing some fucking. Guys, it's been an amazing show. Next week we have a better episode, but it seems to me maybe we should just filter through it and only do the bad episodes one after another, because this has been an amazing experience of a stream and probably the most validating thing we've done on this channel in months. We have had nothing but problems with YouTube telling people that we're on. Nothing but problems with what I'm hoping is now a shadow ban that we no longer have to worry about. And finally, a strong analytics. So really, one of the problems that we do have is we get attacked a lot on this show. So, these likes really do help us polarize the show. Yeah,
guys
the
so
joy
much.
of two
This
channels.
has been a great show.
And we're at 97. Wow. And 44 of you watching on YouTube. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. And of course, our pals, Two Guys Talking, they're on the recommend tab for this channel. If you go down to my homepage, they're at the bottom, I recommend them. I out of hand endorse that channel and everything on it. Two Guys Talking, I never have to worry about them saying anything kooky or crazy. I got a lot of friends that I love, and I recommend their channels. But I always have to say, I recommend my friend's channel, but I do not endorse every crazy thing that comes out of his mouth sometimes. Jedi Master Raven, hello to you, my friend. Use those channel emojis. Let's spam up! Spam up! I hear someone tip typing away. I have a feeling that there's some new information I need to become aware
just
of.
said joy of two channels, one extra like. So thank you, Two Guys Talking, for heading over there and giving us another one up towards 100. And
we're at 98. Wow.
Yeah, Jedi Master Raven just popped in saying hail to everybody. Hail back at you, buddy. If you could hit the thumbs up, we're trying to get to 100. We are so close. You can you can smell it. You can smell it. I don't know what 100 likes smells like. Mom's cooking, maybe.
Victory.
Burnt atmosphere from a phaser blast. Who knows? But it's something that you'll like. So,
oh my God, we're hovering right on the edge. I believe it's 98. We hit the 99. We are one like away for the magical 100.
You're getting edged.
This is like, you're like, I got 99 cents on what is that with two showcases.
Hey, we did it. We got it.
With Drew Carey. There we go.
We love you all. You know what? Now, I think it's time maybe for a little more media. What do you think? 44 seconds of Sydney Sweeney to celebrate this? Guys, you deserve Sydney Sweeney. Here you go.
There she is.
You know, if anybody, if I was to ever nail Sydney Sweeney, and I only hope that I could be so lucky, I'd probably die right afterwards, but should I survive that experience? You know the part where we see Theoden King, riding with the Rohirrim, and he's, hitting everybody's spears with his sword? By the way, if you guys ever got Sydney Sweeney, you would be King Theoden, and I would be one of the guys holding out their spears so that we could hit. You could slap you, ride. You know, it's just one of the. You would be like.
It would be the best 8 seconds of your life.
Admiralty, I am a married man, sir. I am a married man, good sir.
You just have to negotiate with your wife. You tell her that Post Malone is her hall pass and that Sydney Sweeney is yours. And she'll be like, that'll never happen. And then one day, a couple years from now, we're going to be at Saving Star Trek Con sharing the table with D-Day Cobra and Jeffrey Prime. And, all of a sudden.
Guy. She's more of a Brad Pitt.
You know what? When she's at the con, you'd be like, baby, you go over to the Tarantino table and talk to Brad Pitt. I'm going to hang out with Gina Carano here.
Rocco.
No.
What did Rocco say? Highlight that.
I think I would rather go on a date with Gina Carano than Sydney Sweeney.
I think I would rather go on a date with Sydney Sweeney because I heard that she's also really, really smart. But I mean, I'm not turning any of them down, and I would love to hang out with either of them. Also, Gina, you're invited on the show. Sydney, you've been on the show. You just don't know it. But we invite you on the show again. Yeah, go her up. Ginger Menace had a great line with that one. People were. Someone said that if you can't have Sydney Sweeney on your show in a tasteful way and not be creepy about it, you're gay. And Ginger Menace's response was Sydney has to stop calling and ask to be on the show before people have a right to say that to you.
Hey, but we just get drunk 3PO. Ask him how he got Gina to be.
Thank you so much, guys. It seems like 1970 was only a few weeks ago, because it was. And this is an incredible, just response to the show. And you know what? We're going to keep on bringing you more watch parties. We got Yellowstone coming up. We have more Star Trek coming up. We have a lot of talk shows during the week. I'm on at 7:30 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Although this week, maybe a bit later. We've had an amazing show, and it's so great that all of you have taken the time to honor us with your presence. I mean, to get to this many likes and to get to this many concurrence, I can't thank you people enough. You've made me, you know what? I feel like a bit of a king right now. It's been a lot of difficulty and a lot of despair on the final frontier. It has been really difficult for all of us, as we've been through nothing but a nightmare since 2009. We were the first ones to get slapped with this woke mind virus, and we've been fighting it ever since. If people had listened to us and it stopped with Star Trek, you would still have Star Wars. But we didn't get people to listen to us. People said to me, J.J. Abrams is a genius. Right? Remember that bullshit conversation? J.J. Abrams is a genius. I was so validated by Rise of Skywalker. I was like, I can't wait to talk to this. Then all of a sudden, everyone's like, no, I never said TFA was a good movie. It's like, fuck you, motherfucker. You were absolutely lying to me. You told me it was a great movie. It's like, no, I never said that. It's like, yeah, everyone says that. Everyone pretends they always hated TFA. And I will say this, TFA is so much better than the last J.J. Abrams movie before that, Into Darkness, where he manages to make both a Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker at the same time for Star Trek. And Star Trek has been absolutely gutted ever since. And do not buy his daughter's pop music. She's not that cute anyway. He's got a nepo,
director, but bad storyteller.
He's a terrible director now because he puts those story groups together and signs off on those stories. No, he has no taste.
It's like if
he can't commit to a death
script. If someone gives him a script and says, "Here, do this," he's okay. But he can't have any control of the story, though.
Here's the problem: JJ went to directing from writing. He starts as a writer. In Regarding Henry, someone else directs. He only wrote that movie. But the thing is, he's only had major stars in his movie. Uncle Stephen just makes sure that he never has to get through it alone. Who knows how Regarding Henry would have gone if it was like, I don't know, who's someone like Harrison Ford, but less... Fred Ward. Regarding Henry, starring Fred Ward. Something tells me people would be like, a great performance in this mist that nobody saw with Fred Ward. Regarding Henry... It's like we could have had everything else be the same. But this is Sean's Retro Reels and Games channel. I will be back on Tuesday, probably later, and definitely Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. All times this channel are Eastern. Thank you so much for the 100 likes. 45 watching. I don't know what to tell you. Go find my friend Snowdub. He's got a fantastic show. I don't know of anyone else doing Star Trek right now, so have a good time out there, and we love you all. Sean, anything else you want to plug before we get out of here? I understand you're also on a small show where there was a talk about the host possibly coming by here. Now, I want to just say to Doomcock, we'd love to have you here, but this is my ship. It'll go where I want, or I'll blow it up. I'm talking to you, mister. And I think he knows exactly what I'm joking around about. So go ahead, Sean. What are you up to?
So yeah, I posted the link in the chat. That's the sci-fi model guy. I build models of things, of spaceships and stuff. And tomorrow I'm having a live stream at 7:30 Central Time. I will be having Mark D with a C on. We're going to talk about 3D printing and the stuff he does. That guy's a big Trek fan and a comic book fan and stuff, so I'm looking forward to getting into that conversation with him. And then the beginning of March, we'll have RM Briggs on the show to talk about her creative process and writing. So I've got a lot of reading to do before that one. But yeah, and then Wednesdays you can catch me, hopefully, again, on Pop Culture Breakdown on Overlord DVD's channel. And he did mention that he might be willing to come over here on the show and talk about Enterprise a little bit. Maybe we can bring him back into the light.
It would be an honor to have Federation High Commissioner Dictor Van Doomcock upon my ship. But
Yeah.
we're going to look for the people in that shuttlecraft for the last possible minute,
Right.
Commissioner.
Oh, and let me clarify.
That would be so much fun. I can't wait. If he wished to come on and I had any warning, I would have like the Enterprise self-destruct computer ready to go and stuff like that. For like, don't stop competing with me, Doomcock.
Well, let me clarify what I said though,
Taking this ever seat, Doomcock.
we brought up this show on Wednesday, and Doomcock Enterprise kind of rubbed in the wrong way, but he did admit he hadn't seen it in a long time, and he might be willing to take another look at it. And Mexican Iron Man said, "Yeah, I'm watching the show. It's refreshing. It's great." So it would be great to and that goes back to the poll you put up in the beginning of this show about people's opinions of Enterprise. 22% of them have a better opinion of Enterprise now than they did back then, which shows.
And
that
if we had left that poll up longer, we probably would have seen that go even a
Probably.
little higher. Because we found out it has a lot of staying power. A lot of people always liked it and it stayed the same. That was another option we used one time where everybody was like, same hot. Like, what do you feel about Star Trek Enterprise since you've been watching this show? Like, better, same, good, same, bad.
Right.
That was one of the other, or I like it less. And like same, good, or better was like the two biggest vote getters. That covered like 75% of everything. This is, if you like Star Wars, this is a lot like the Star Wars sequels in the sense that the Star Wars sequels are the underappreciated stories. They've got some problems and you could argue with them, but there is a good story in there that you don't necessarily have to heavily go rescue in Attack of the Clones. You know, you can see it in there. Just it doesn't work. It's poorly executed. You know, Phantom Menace, it's grown on me for the sentimentality over time, and Revenge of the Sith, like, legitimately great. So this is kind of like the Star Wars sequels. And also, the Star Wars sequels, a little easier to behold these days because of what they did to the original movies. It's a mix of, like, late 90s CGI that's reaching too far and 70s stuff that's charming mixed together. It's a bad effect. Really just
So you're
bad
admitting
effect.
that your expectations were subverted so enough that the prequels look better.
You know what?
In comparison.
You know what would subvert my expectations? I've got a race swap that I'm going to propose for you right now. First of all, let's stop gender swapping Porthos and pretending he's a male dog. Okay, I'm not stupid, but here's a race swap for you. Are you ready? How about this? Steve Rogers as Captain America.
Oh, no. You're still upset about that movie. I could tell.
Fuck
I could
that
tell.
movie.
Yeah.
The part where Harrison Ford is playing the president and he's in like the hangout part of Air Force One talking like he's the president. And I'm like, why are you like, are you even aware that he was in Air Force One? Like, why are you evoking a better movie with this piece of shit? And then like, you know, that conversation sort of goes nowhere. And I'm just like, whatever happened to that movie, like with him and Gary Youngman with like, you know, get off my plane and,
here's some
and
trivia.
all that other stuff. Go ahead.
Okay, here's a trick. Name 3 movies that Harrison Ford has been shown to be as the president of the United States. One of them you just saw.
Is one of them a Tom Clancy movie?
No.
Because in the Tom Clancy books, that character, Air Force One, Falcon and the Winter Snowman, whatever, Captain The Adventures of Sam Wilson, Falcon Man.
No, okay. Let me backtrack. He was in that one. So let me say 3 franchises then.
3 franchises.
You had Air Force One, Marvel,
Ready Player One.
No, it was a sight gag in Scary Movie 4, where Leslie Nielsen is walking. He goes, "I wonder what President Ford would have thought about this." And there's a picture of Harrison Ford.
Okay, that's funny. All right, and you know what? I love it.
Here's a real piece of trivia on this.
I just want to tell you both, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Here's a real piece of trivia on that movie, Admiral. Who is older, the fake president Harrison Ford or the fake president Joe Biden?
Fake President Joe Biden is older by like a few weeks.
No. Harrison Ford is 4 months.
Harrison Ford is
4 months older.
They both look equally banged up this time. They have to have Harrison. You know what? I gotta be honest. There was a point there. It's like Harrison Ford's 50, and I'm like, I'm no longer that afraid of aging. And then later on, they're like, Harrison Ford is like, 60, and I'm like, I'm not that afraid about aging. And they're like, Harrison Ford is 70. I'm like, hey, he still looks great. And they're like, Harrison Ford's 80. I'm like, well, he looks okay for 80. And you see the movie, and he's playing 60, and you're like, wait, no, now this makes me feel terrible about aging. He's managed to loop it back on itself. We are going to do that now. It's just with all these concurrents, we thought we'd have some fun and really just thank everyone who came by. What an incredible, rush of people. And this one seems to be for real and organic. It doesn't have any of the strangeness of the bot storms. Dumbest moment in Falcon America Brand New Low is when the president hulks out and the Secret Service, who are sworn to protect him, shoot at him. Oh, you're so right. And who is even in the Secret Service in that sequence of the movie? And this is in my review. Please check it out. But this is in my review. Because they chose to blow up Washington, D.C. instead of New York City this time, and that was the center of all the action, the movie actually has bad X-Men energy. Because when you see the Secret Service firing at a supervillain in the Oval Office with weapons out and everyone's running around and the Capitol is in the middle of a set piece fight and Red Hulk is bouncing off the Washington Monument. People of DC, if you've wanted your city destroyed on a big screen and you felt left out, this movie is for you. This is a movie for you. One of the stupidest movies I've ever seen. They try to save it, but it's its bad bones are just there. The whole movie was built around seeing a white American president of the United States in jail being having a black man gloat for him. And then they even had to change that, and it's just I'm real proud of what you did after you were a horrible human being for most of this movie. It's just, what the fuck? And whatever. This movie, it's terrible. Yeah, Harrison Ford playing 60 in the timey-wimey indie with Puerto Rican short round. I wanted to walk off a building if I look like that at 60. Yeah, I know. It's if I looked like that at 60, I would be so bummed. I was like, what did you do? Live the hardest life ever? And then we see Harrison Ford wakes up in the morning, drinks fucking Jack Daniels, and screams at people for listening to the Rolling Stones with the Beatles. And you know what? They changed that. They changed that from the trailer. When he goes and yells at those young people for listening to music, do you know what they were listening to in the trailer that we were going to get indie introduced
Section
from?
31.
No, they were playing Sympathy for the Fucking Devil as Indie's intro music. Just a low blow. By the way, in this movie, Harrison's good. That's what's really fucked up. He gives a good performance in a bad movie. It's a lot like 1923 seems to have brought him back, and he's been a much more responsible actor since then. But guys, we've gone way past our stop time. You guys have been way too generous. Get here at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, and I'll show you an episode of Star Trek. Thanks for meeting me at the Final Frontier. Your dad drank Jack in the morning and he looks great. I mean, I'm not saying I don't do it too, but I'm saying he was drinking one glass after another straight, and he had been drinking it all night. And how is he able to be a professor and teach? And then when he leaves his school, he just goes to the bar. He's a wreck. But you know what? It's been a great show, and that's it. We're not gonna play the outro music. We did it twice. We love you all. We'll catch you later, guys. Bye.